as we start our meeting.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Madam SG, members of the Technical Working Group, and citizens that are following proceedings across the region. The first housekeeping announcement is that this statutory meeting is going to be open to the public, and it's also going to be streamed live on social media platforms of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. The meeting will also be recorded as part of the records of the committee. Chair, there is a hand from Mozambique. Through you, if we can allow the honorable member, if in case they have a point they need to raise, a point of order perhaps.
Yes, Ms. Kulasha, go ahead.
Honorable Geronima, is your hand up? Honorable Geronima is muted. Staff from Mozambique, can you assist the honorable member to unmute?
Muito bom dia.
Bom dia.
Bom dia, senhor presidente. Bom dia a todos os colegas. Apenas para dizer que deste lado não temos tradução, pedimos para a tradução. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Honorable Geronima. Ronald, can you assist with interpretation Portuguese?
Noted. I'm conducting.
Which channel is Portuguese? Which channel is English and French? Maybe that's where we should start.
Let me quickly call the ICT guys in Mozambique. They should be able to assist.
Chair, we await the resolution of that challenge.
Okay.
Apologies. Chair, we are still liaising with Mozambique to facilitate Honorable Jeronima. She unfortunately is not inside Parliament, so the ICT from Mozambique is reaching her to facilitate her.
Okay.
We'll give a signal once that is resolved.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kurasha.
Honorable Jeronima, we want to confirm if you are able to get interpretation now. You are muted.
Agora sim, estou a ouvir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, we may resume the meeting.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I was giving some few housekeeping announcements. The second announcement is regarding the need for honorable members and participants to keep your microphones on mute. Unless granted the floor to speak, members and participants are kindly requested to keep their microphones muted at all times. Regarding interpretation, honorable members, interpretation is available in all the three official languages, English, French, and Portuguese. To access interpretation, please click on the interpretation icon, which is located on the menu bar at the bottom of your screen. You then select the preferred language. When honorable members wish to raise their hands to speak, please do utilize the raise hand feature, which can be accessed by clicking on the participants menu. Should you wish to communicate with the chair, please utilize the chat box to communicate. And we also request as much as possible for honorable members and participants to keep the videos on for purposes of recording as much as possible through the meetings. We do acknowledge that sometimes there is a constraint due to connectivity. Then also to remind honorable members that the documents for the meeting are available in all the 3 official languages. Honorable members are referred to the link for the portal, which has been shared. Your desk officers should be able to facilitate you should you require. Chair, I submit the housekeeping announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kurasha. Would you continue to present the credentials of the delegates and confirm the quorum for the meeting?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I wish to confirm the credentials of the meeting as follows. The chairperson is present, yourself from Zimbabwe. We also have in the meeting Honorable Napo Moshushu from Lesotho. Honorable Nasho, by virtue of being the member that replaced Professor Lietu Nkosa Mahau, who was the chairperson of the committee, becomes the chairperson. We also have present Angola, represented by Honorable Pedro Sebastião. Then we have Chair. I must also mention that Honorable Napo Mshushu is a new member, and therefore, with the concurrence of the chair and the House, it will be appropriate to welcome him as he's attending the meeting for the first time. We also have Honorable Senator Magagula from Eswatini. Him too is a new member. He replaced Honorable Mdutis Matsebula. He's the man who wishes to inspire before he expires. Then we have Madagascar, represented by Honorable Silva Didioti Christopher. We have Malawi, Honorable Leonard Malwanda. We have Honorable Geronima Agostinho from Mozambique. Honorable Tara Motu. She's also in the meeting, but she is in the field with Parliament business and has already indicated challenges with connectivity, but she is in the meeting. Honorable Richard Lablose from Seychelles. Honorable Darren Bergman from South Africa. Honorable Selemani Zedi from Tanzania. Him too has also indicated constraints of connectivity, but he is in the meeting. Then we have Honorable Victor Lumai from Zambia. Honorable Chair, that means we have 12 of the members present, and therefore we constitute the quorum to proceed with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kurasha. May I allow the new honorable members to introduce themselves briefly? The new honorable members who have joined us.
Honorable Magagula, the chair is requesting if you could introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to everyone. I am new, obviously, in this committee, but not new in the entire entity. I am here once more after having temporarily expired. There I am again. I'm happy to be around and to learn more from colleagues. Thank you.
Honorable Mshushu, Lesotho, the Vice Chair. Chair, it does not look like the Vice Chair is in the meeting currently. speaking under correction.
Thank you.
We may proceed.
Thank-
He is in the meeting, but they don't have audio yet. We will get this resolved. I think we may proceed, but we'll get ICT to attend to Lesotho. So they now have a video, but still don't have the audio.
Okay, thank you so much. So you are now going into the agenda of the meeting. So, we want to consider and adopt. So before we do that, may our secretary, Mr. Kurasha, display the agenda on the screen and go through it for the benefit of both the members present and those following on the procedure online.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sharing, as directed, the agenda for the meeting. Honorable members, Madam SG, members of the Technical Working Group, and participants from SIOF. The agenda is the following items. Item number 1, credentials of delegates and apologies. Item number 2, adoption of the agenda. Item number 3, welcome remarks by the chairperson. Item number 4, consideration of the record of proceedings of the public hearing session by the DG committee, which was held on 16 October, and matters arising. Numbers 5 would be the matters arising. Number 6 is brief report by the DG chairperson on the study visit to Germany on parliamentary democracy by the SADC PF delegation from 10th to 15th March 2024 as part of the visitors program of the Federal Republic of Germany. The next item on the agenda is deliberations on the theme, session 1, understanding electoral risks in Southern Africa, where we will have a keynote address on emerging and recurrent electoral challenges in the region and their impact on democracy, lessons learned from the Electoral Commission's Forum of SADC countries, and the role of parliaments in strengthening electoral integrity in the SADC region. Ms. Hilda Motsan, the Executive Secretary, Electoral Commission's Forum of SADC. Then we will have expert presentation, a framework for understanding the root causes and dynamics of key, persistent, and emerging electoral risks in Southern Africa by our main resource person and Mr. Nicholas Batatu, an international electoral advisor. Then we'll have brief interventions by Dr. Parisai Mtanki, senior lecturer, legal postgraduate programs, University of Zimbabwe, and secretary of the DGHR Technical Working Group. We'll have tea break at 11:30 to 11:45, and then we will proceed with session 2, strengthening Parliament's role in preventing and mitigating electoral risks, where we'll receive an expert presentation on comparative overview of prevention and mitigation strategies and the crucial role of parliaments in electoral risks management by the main resource person. And we'll have brief interventions and then proceed with deliberations and recommendations. Break for lunch, and then after lunch, we proceed with session 3, building greater resilience into electoral systems, Southern Africa, where we will receive expert presentation on key actionable strategies for building resilience into electoral processes in the SADC region. This will be followed by a brief intervention and then we will have deliberations and recommendations. The last session 4, will be elections for chairperson and vice chairperson of the Standing Committee for the period 2024 to 2026. Chair, this in summary is our agenda. I submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prasha. Honorable members, the agenda for the meeting, which was circulated for all members in advance and has been displayed on our attention. Are there any proposals to amend the agenda? Any proposal to amend the agenda?
Chair, I think the agenda is okay. We can proceed.
Who seconds?
I do second, Tanzania.
Thank you very much. So our agenda has been adopted. Then the agenda is accordingly adopted. Then I want to welcome all the participants here present on virtual. Members of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, Her Excellency Ms. Biomo Segoma, SADC PF Secretary General, representative from partner organizations, our distinguished resource persons, program manager, and the committee secretary, Mr. Sheune Nikurasha, SADC PF Secretariat staff, and staff of the SADC National Parliaments, distinguished participants. I am honored to welcome you on behalf of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights, and indeed on my own behalf, to the committee's statutory meeting being convened virtual today, 14th May 2024. The committee is holding its meeting pursuant to its mandate. As per the practice, it is expected that we will come up with recommendations to be submitted to the 55th Plenary Assembly session to be hosted by the Parliament of the Republic of Angola from the 1st to the 7th July 2024 in Rwanda. Our meeting today is important as it marks the last session during my tenure as chairperson since taking over from my predecessor and fellow countryman, Honorable Drought Ndiweni, to complete the remainder of the term for the period of 2022 to 2024. In this regard, the vice chairperson and I are two Democrats and will willingly pass the baton to newly elected team at the end of this meeting. Honorable members, our meeting today also holds great significance as we convene under the theme, enhancing the role of Parliament in mitigating electoral risks and building greater resilience in electoral process in the SADC region. The year 2024 has doomed the super election year for the SADC region, given the high number of member states that are holding elections this year. Members may recall that 7 member states have elections this year. The Union of Comoros already had its election in January, while South Africa, Madagascar, Botswana, Mozambique, Mauritius, and Namibia are next in line. The theme is therefore quite relevant as it underscores the urgent need for comprehensive review of the electoral risk landscape and proactive implementation of measures to mitigate the risk in the regions. As we embark on this session, it is important to reflect on the rich history of the SADC Parliamentary Forum's commitment to promote democratic elections in our region. Since 1999, the Forum has been leading the development of regional electoral normative frameworks. These frameworks aim to serve as reference that provide vital guidance to various electoral stakeholders across the SADC member states. Furthermore, the Forum has been tracking progress on the implementation of these frameworks by deploying parliamentary missions to observe elections in SADC member states. From adoption of the norms and standards of election in 2001 to the development of the landmark SADC model law in election in 2018, SADC PF has significantly contributed to the enhancement of electoral systems and management practice throughout the region. Despite these notable achievements, the SADC region continues to face involving and complex electoral risk and related challenges that threaten the credibility and integrity of electoral processes. The prevalence of electoral violence, the widespread disinformation, cyber violence, especially targeting women candidates, exclusion of women, youth, and marginalized groups, weak enforcement of electoral codes, and the influence of money in politics and elections are among the pressing issues we must address collectively. Moreover, the COVID-19 pandemic situation laid bare the need to bolster resilience against environmental standards that can disrupt electoral process and undermine electoral outcomes. In light of these challenges, our meeting today presents a strategic and timely opportunity to deepen our understanding of electoral risks prevalent in the SADC regions and explore the strengthening parliamentary role in mitigating these risks effectively. Our parliaments of the region let us leverage our constitutionally mandated roles to make laws, oversee governments, and represent citizens, addressing these challenges head-on. By engaging in insightful discussions, benefiting from expert presentations, we will endeavor to identify the gaps in existing frameworks and approaches and formulate actionable strategies that we can implement collectively as SADC national parliaments. I therefore encourage all honorable members to actively engage and contribute to our collective effort to strengthen Parliament's role in mitigating electoral risk and fostering resilience in our electoral processes across the region. With that, I once again welcome you to this important meeting and look forward to fruitful discussion and outcomes. I thank you. Honorable members, I shall now consider the minutes to confirm if they are correct record of the meeting. I now invite the Committee Secretary to guide us through the consideration of minutes item by item.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to project the minutes in English and request honorable members to refer to their respective languages. This is, as the Chair has guided, where we're looking at the minutes as the correct record, confirm the minutes as the correct record of the last sitting of the committee, which was on 16 October 2023 during public hearings. With the concurrence of the Chair, I propose that as I do section by section, if honorable members have any changes, those changes do come forward and they are recognized and recorded. The first section of the minutes is the members that were present who are recorded, as well as the ones that were absent. So present were Lesotho, Vice Chairperson, Botswana, DRC, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zambia. Apologies were duly recorded from Angola, Mozambique, and Eswatini and Zimbabwe, the last two on account of the fact that the countries had just completed their general elections. If there are any comments on that section, does not look like we have any comments. Chair, may I proceed? We have a record of those who were in attendance, and the Secretary General and the rest of the staff are recorded. The next section is a section which records the citizens who made submissions to the committee during the public hearing session, and they are all listed there. Chair, may I request that I don't necessarily have to run through them. They are there for members to confirm. The next section is the meeting being called to order and the agenda for the meeting. The next section simply confirms the first part of the minutes, that there were 11 out of 15 members present, and therefore there was a quorum. Next section, consideration and adoption of the agenda, which was moved by Malawi and seconded by Zambia. Then the next section, welcome remarks by the chairperson. The next section is consideration and approval of minutes of previous meeting, which was moved by Malawi and seconded by Zambia. The next section is matters arising from the minutes. The first item was a resolution to request the Parliament of Lesotho to designate a member to serve as the DGHR Standing Committee Vice Chairperson. This matter is self-explanatory and has been duly responded to by the relevant Parliament. We do have a Vice Chairperson. The next item relates to briefing on knowledge tools and the briefing is clear, Chair and honorable members. It also talks about the domestication of the principles and guidelines for parliaments in promoting human rights in Southern Africa, and the fact that the committee had a joint meeting with parliamentarians from the European Union in Malawi in November 8 and 9, which gave an opportunity for discussion on the tool that SADC-PF has discussed, and also sharing of similar tools by members of parliament from European Union member states. Item 5.3, briefing on deployment of SADC-PF election observation mission to the forthcoming general elections. It was briefed that the Secretariat had communicated with national parliaments regarding the elections that were forthcoming, and that member parliaments were constrained by financial resources to be able to designate members to participate in these missions. And therefore, the missions could not take place. And in this regard, there were recommendations that were made, the first being the exploration of the feasibility of conducting pre-election missions virtually to deal with costs, and also to continue to engage national parliaments to consider allocating resources for election observation missions. 5.4, update on business and human rights in the natural resources sector in the SADC region. The discussion focused on the need for training on issues of human rights in business to enable parliamentarians to be better equipped to add their voice to the call for adherence to human rights, including the call for a binding development of or adoption of a binding instrument. Then the 6th public hearing session, confirming that the line with practice, the 2nd session of the committee in the year was a public hearing session, which was meant to strengthen democracy in the SADC region by providing citizens with a platform to air out their views, or in other words, to amplify the citizen voices. And the chair highlighting that this is very important because it's an opportunity for Parliament to, the SADC-PF to get information from the citizens, and this will legitimate their recommendations and action. Then 6.1, sector update by SADC Secretariat. Honorable members will recall that at the commencement of the public hearing session, we received detailed updates from the SADC Secretariat regarding the state of the region in terms of democracy, governance, and human rights. A particular focus was on election observation, in particular, the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections that were adopted in 2004 and revised in 2015 with the participation of SADC-PF. And they highlight that out of the 13 principles that are in the document, 6 pertain to the involvement of citizens, which indicates that elections are about for and about the people. And then the public hearing records in terms of the areas of focus. 7.1 was session 1, which focused on how can regional initiatives and policies better support women active and meaningful participation in peace and security, and the specific measures that are needed to ensure their protection and inclusion in conflict resolution, where we received presentation from the president of Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. Session 2, what regional initiatives and collaborative efforts can enhance peace and security in the SADC region, given the recent developments and emerging threats. In this regard, we received a presentation by Professor Thompson Chengeta, expert in the field of artificial intelligence and autonomous weapon, and professor at Liverpool, John Moores University in the United Kingdom. Session 3, what steps can parliaments take to support the implementation of SADC regional counter-terrorism strategy? In this regard, we received a presentation by Tamerlane Bolas, Regional Legal Advisor in the National Committee of the Red Cross, which is based in South Africa, but is an international organization. Then we have session 4, how can SADC member states collectively address terrorism and violent extremism and promote regional stability, and what strategies should be deployed to prevent radicalization and promote regional stability. In this regard, we received a presentation by Namatama Sakabilo, a gender advisor for the SADC mission in Mozambique, SAMIM. And there was also a presentation by Nadine Rodriguez, SRHR Africa Trust representative from Mozambique. We had session 5, 7.5. What steps are needed to strengthen democratic institutions, promote rule of law, and ensure transparency and accountability. In this regard, we received a presentation by Maxwell Mapopa, Mvula, Center for Human Rights and Rehabilitation, Malawi, Then there was also Sethu Morapeti, Director, Platform to Protect Whistleblowers in Africa. The other presentation, Section 6, how can member states expedite the domestication and implementation of SADC model law on elections for inclusive and credible electoral processes and outcomes. In this regard, we had presentation by Matthew Skajani, a youth leader from Malawi, presentation by Ian Chawanga, human rights and governance expert and youth leader. We also had presentation by Sophania Shale, Executive Director, Development for Peace Education from Lesotho. Session 7, what strategies can be undertaken to promote human rights and how can SADC countries collaborate to uphold these rights? We had a presentation by Bora Kaumba, Head of Gender and Young Women Development Cluster, SAYOF Angola. We also had session 8, how can civil society organizations play a more active and constructive role in advancing democracy, human rights, and good governance within the SADC region, wherein we received the presentation by Mahango Naslere, representative of young people from SATI in Zambia. Then we had deliberations by the committee, section 8.0. These deliberations represent the recommendations that the committee submitted to the last plenary assembly. And we then had closing remarks from the chair and the meeting agenda chair. These are the minutes for the last meeting of the committee. I submit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kurasha, for taking us through the minutes for everyone to understand what transpires at the last meeting. So I call upon honorable members, if there are no corrections or amendments from the last previous minutes, if there are no amendments or corrections, I call upon honorable members to move for the adoption of the minutes. If there are no corrections, Mr. Kurasha?
Yes, Chair. Honorable members, the Chair is inviting for anyone who moves for the adoption of the minutes, unless there are corrections.
No, Chairperson, I propose that we adopt the submission.
Okay. So who seconds?
Chair, I second.
So our minutes have been duly adopted. Any matters arising, honorable members, as we will address matters arising from the minutes concurrently with the presentation on resolution and action taken matrix for the DGHR committee. As these matters are interconnected, I will now invite the committee secretary to make the presentation.
Thank
Mr.
you, Chairperson.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. As guided by the Chair, I will present on the resolutions and the action taken. The first item, Chair, relating to national parliaments being encouraged to allocate resources in their operational budgets for election observation missions to ensure continued deployment of parliamentary observation missions in view of their crucial role in promoting democratic elections and monitoring the implementation of the SADC model law on elections. Following the plenary's several resolutions urging national parliaments to allocate funds for election observation missions in their operational budget, the Secretariat, through the Secretary General, has consistently communicated with national parliaments, highlighting the resolutions and encouraging them to allocate funds for the IMPs to participate in SADC-PF missions. However, most parliaments are citing financial constraints. On its part, the Secretariat is forging partnership with organizations like Electoral Commissions Forum, whose executive secretary is one of our resource persons, particularly during pre-election missions and domestication meetings for the SADC model law on elections at national level. Additionally, funds have been earmarked for domestication meetings in the upcoming GIZ-ADA project on enhancing accountability and citizen participation in regional integration through regional parliament, scheduled to commence from June 2024 to December 2027. This, honorable members, is a project, as you know, we previously had a project that was running under which we were, which was funded by GIZ and ADA, where we undertook several activities, including the development of the knowledge tools that we alluded to. In this cycle, one of the activities that we are going to be focusing on is the domestication of the model law and promotion of the electoral reforms in response to the model law on elections. The Secretariat is exploring the possibility of conducting pre-election consultative meetings virtually to save costs and ensure constant stakeholder engagement in line with the plenary assembly resolutions. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to indicate that we are likely to miss on South Africa on account of other internal activities that we have been preparing for, including these committee sessions. But we will endeavor to make sure that the rest of the other countries where it's feasible will undertake virtual pre-election consultative meetings. These are Mozambique, Botswana, Namibia, Mauritius. We will still confirm with Madagascar because the elections will be coming too soon. As you know, honorable members, in between, we're also going to have the plenary assembly beginning of July. But we are planning to make sure that as much as possible, all the other countries we cover with the pre-election missions that are virtual. Our main cost items will be confined to interpretation and also the consultations in terms of on-the-ground consultation, the coordination of the stakeholders. The second item relates to call for measures to encourage and facilitate youth participation in electoral processes by creating policies and frameworks reflecting young people's needs and amplifying their voices. Again, we highlight the fact that the forthcoming GIZ-ADA project features a significant youth participation component, including intergenerational dialogue with MPs and leveraging digital tools for electoral participation. The SADC-PF Secretary General strongly supports a youth-oriented agenda in a role as the patron of the SADC Youth Forum and the SADC Youth Parliament. This has been a plus for us in terms of the youth focus in terms of our programming. And from the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus to the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, they've all been dealing with issues that relate to youth participation as a cross-cutting issue. Additionally, the Secretariat is actively collaborating with the youth-led organizations like the SADC Youth Forum and the Southern Africa DGHR Trust to facilitate youth involvement in SADC PF activities, including the domestication of the model law. In fact, we are in negotiations with these youth-led organizations to finalize MOUs as formal frameworks for the collaboration. Another decision called for SADC member states to accelerate collaborative implementation of the SADC regional counterterrorism strategy, prioritizing aligning their anti-terrorism legal provisions with international humanitarian laws. We wish to update honorable members that the Secretariat is finalized through the Secretary General, is finalized a 5-year memorandum of understanding, MOU, with the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism, UNOCT. This MOU established a framework of cooperation between UNOCT and the SADC PF with the aim of promoting the role of parliaments in addressing terrorism in its underlying conditions. It seeks to strengthen parliamentary cooperation, facilitate inter-parliamentary dialogue on human rights and gender-responsive efforts in preventing and countering terrorism and violent extremism conducive to terrorism. Additionally, the MOU aims to promote the implementation of the SADC Regional Counterterrorism Strategy, the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy, and related UN General Assembly and Security Council resolutions. The MOU will be signed in July at a UN head office in New York by the Secretary General. Just also brief honorable members that the SADC PF President and SADC PF Secretary General have also just returned from Turkey, where they were attending the 5th coordination meetings for all regional parliaments in the world on issues related to counterterrorism and prevention of violent extremism. And this confirms SADC PF's commitment at the highest level in terms of operationalizing this decision. The next decision relates to development of SADC model law on constitutionalism and the rule of law. Honorable members will recall that the plenary SADC PF, the standing committee has a standing decision or directive from the plenary assembly requesting it to develop a model law on constitutionalism and the rule of law. Accordingly, the upcoming GIZ ADA project, which, as I said earlier, is scheduled to start in June, will allocate resources for the development of this model law, which means one of the main activities that the committee will be running with will be the development of this model law, which will be the second model law to be developed by the committee after the model law on elections. This comprehensive support will cover all stages, including drafting, consultations, validation, and adoption. The model law is a significant milestone and will greatly enhance the work of SADC PF in strengthening the role of parliaments in this area throughout the region. Lastly, Chair, the development of the model law on small arms and light weapons. Again, this is another standing decision of the plenary assembly directing the committee to take action around this. We are giving an update that there's been slow progress in raising funds for the development of this model law, but the Secretariat continues to engage potential partners so that we facilitate the realization of this decision. Chair, these are the updates on action taken with regards to the decisions by the committee at its previous meeting. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you, Mr. Kurasha, for taking us through these resolutions and action taken for the matrix for the DGHR committee. So now, honorable members, I want to appreciate the work that has been done, and we had a privilege to, as a delegation, SADC PF delegation, to have a study visit to Germany on the parliamentary democracy from the 10th to the 15th of March 2024 under the visitors program of the Federal Republic of Germany. The delegation included the Secretary General, chairpersons of standing committees, and the RWPC, as well as the program manager for democracy, governance, and human rights. I will now provide a brief report on the mission, summary, key highlights and observations, and the actionable recommendations. Sorry, Mr. Kurasha. Before I've moved very fast. Before I go there, I think we must. Have we moved for the adoption of the minutes?
We have chair, and then we did matters arising. Maybe before the chair presents his report, it might be necessary to allow honorable members, if they have any reactions regarding matters arising, inclusive of the decisions and the action taken presented.
Yeah.
While at it, Chair, I also noticed that the Vice Chairperson is in the meeting now. If it pleases the Chair, we may give him an opportunity to introduce himself, and then we'll proceed with any reactions by the honorable members.
I think permission granted, Mr. Kurasha. May the honorable member go ahead.
Vice Chair, Honorable Mshushu, earlier the chairperson recognized you and invited you to introduce yourself since you are attending the meeting for the first time. Over to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary, and thank you very much to all the honorable members. I've been struggling a lot with connectivity on this side, and I have missed, I think, the biggest portion of what has been done to this far. And I'll therefore not be in a position to, in any sense, make any comment. I'm just let up from now, finally, I'll join the meeting and hopefully I'll catch up.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Chairperson. The Vice Chair has introduced himself.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Thank you. You are now welcome to the meeting. Thank you. As I had already alluded before that, I had a privilege to go to Germany. So at the moment in time, I want to
Honorable Chair, with your permission.
Yes.
The chair had allowed the members, if they wanted to make any observations regarding the matters arising. If they don't, then we can proceed.
Okay, thank you.
It does not look like anyone wants to take the floor, Chair. At this point, before we hand over back to you, Chair, may I request ICT to attend to Madagascar and Lesotho to rename the members by their countries. Thank you, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kurasha. At the moment time, I would like to report on our visit to Germany. The SADC Parliamentary Forum delegation, comprising of the chairpersons of standing committees of the SADC PF, took place from the 9th to the 16th of March 2024. The visit was aimed to interrogate the parliamentary democracy and governance structures of the Federal Republic of Germany, thereby fostering international cooperation and strengthening relations between Germany and SADC countries. During the visit, the SADC Parliamentary Forum delegation engaged in fruitful discussions and interactions with the various German counterparts. This engagement provided important insights and opportunities for collaboration aimed at enhancing parliamentary process oversight and accountability within the SADC region. Delegation members were the Secretary General, Demos Goma, Mr. Kurasha as our SADC PF Program Manager, Honorable Diapero, Peloko, Seopese, Honorable Ashmal Onani, Honorable Regina Esparon, Honorable Kelly Saindin, Honorable Sari, Josepha Raymond, and Honorable Nyabani. Key observations. The delegation witnessed the historical impact of division between East and West Germany, emphasizing human rights violations and possible remedies to conflictual situations. The delegation visited a smart city showcasing advancement in clean energy, including solar power and the rapid use of electric vehicles. Met with Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, emphasizing international economic development efforts. Visited the Bundesrat and the Bundesrat in learning about the German parliamentary system and the role of federal states. Visited the European Parliament, drawing parallels with the Pan-African Parliament and the SADC PF. Emphasis was placed on regional cooperation during the interaction. In this regard, the delegation appreciated the projects implemented by European parliaments and learned from their oversight mechanisms. Interacted with the Silent Women's Council, highlighting the importance of women's rights promotion and protection. Germany's well-prepared land protection forests, sufficient energy supply, and infrastructure development serve as models for development. There is need for regional integration, devolution structures, energy generation, industrialization, food production, and governance reforms to ensure that the population realizes maximum benefit from government structures. The following recommendations are key in interaction. There is continued need to advocate for the establishment of SADC Parliament. There is need to prioritize food production to address regional food security. Encourage regional union bodies to reduce conflicts and promote cooperation. Emphasize the importance of regional integration in fostering social and economic development. Implement best practice in oversight and accountability mechanisms within SADC parliamentary structures. Foster partnerships with international organizations to promote economic development initiatives within SADC countries. Strengthen parliamentary cooperation between SADC and Germany through information sharing and joint initiatives. Enhance collaboration with civil society organizations to promote citizen participation and advocates for democratic governance. Conclusion. The interactions with our German counterparts provided for important learning opportunities and avenues for collaboration. By implementing the action points derived from these interactions, the SADC region can benefit significantly in terms of strengthening parliamentary processes, promoting economic development, and advancing democracy and human rights. It is imperative that we continue to engage with our international partners to foster mutual understanding and cooperation for the betterment of our respective regions. The report highlights the key insights and action points derived from the interactions with the German counterparts aimed at informing future initiatives and enhancing parliamentary practice within the SADC region. That is my report. Honorable members, I shall now allow any questions or comments on the report. Are there any questions or comments on the report which I have submitted?
Chair, through you,
Yes.
the Honorable Magagula from expert team has his hand up.
Okay. Honorable Magagula from Swahili.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes.
For the presentation regarding the visit undertaken to the Republic of Germany.
Yes.
A very worthwhile trip indeed. I'm sorry if these matters that I'm about to raise may have been raised before, but I just wanted update and maybe more meat on the recommendations, the key recommendations seemingly arising from the visit. The first one is one that has been on our books for a very, very long time indeed, and about which we are very anxious to see it materializing through. That is the SADC Parliament recommendation. It is there. And then the other one, if you may just once more, Honorable Chair, and unless we are going to have a presentation on this one, it is the best practices. May we be given some insight which is relevant, I think, to the agenda of our meeting today. Oversight and accountability mechanisms within SADC parliamentary structures. As I say, unless we are going to have someone making a presentation on that one, I think it's critical, very pertinent that we get what you got from there. And then lastly, enhancing cooperation and collaboration with the civil society organizations to promote citizens' participation and advocacy for democratic governance. If we know what they have, is it not something we can also learn from their experiences? It's a critical role for parliamentarians. We cannot operate in isolation and outside the aspirations of civil society and the citizenry we are called upon to serve. Just some meat on those items, Honorable President, Honorable Chair. I thank you.
Honorable, I think on this one, I can ask the clerk to outline the issues, noting that they are in the full report, and our secretary proceed to unpack to the honorable members.
Thank you very much, Chair. and for the opportunity, and also to appreciate Honorable Magagula's intervention. Just to highlight through the chair, Honorable Magagula, that this mission just took place in March, from 10th to 15th March. So the institution is currently processing some of the issues in terms of their implementation. But you highlight the issue of the transformation, and we are privileged to have the Secretary General in the meeting. I will leave that item for her to give an update, but I will go on to highlight a few of some of the issues that emerged from the German trip, and in particular the good practices that you alluded to, but also to highlight to the members that we have done, the Secretariat has done a newsletter which is ready in English and is currently being translated in Portuguese and French. And that newsletter is exhaustive in terms of some of the issues that I'm going to highlight here for the benefit of the members. So amongst the key issues that emerged from the mission, first of all, is the centrality of the parliamentary role and citizen engagement in regional integration. When you look at the German system and the Germans' role in the European Union, what you can't miss is the primacy of citizens in terms of engagement and participation in the processes. I think it was a good learning opportunity for SADC PF, which is already undertaking various initiatives, such as the public hearings we have been having. There were opportunities for us to learn, to be able to infuse those in future public hearings. The second aspect is lessons from the European Parliament's history and operational dynamics to then inform the development of an organic SADC regional parliament. When people talk about the European Parliament today, they talk about it as a legislative body. What sometimes does not come out is the fact that it's actually a joint legislative body. So it shares a joint legislative mandate with the Council. And secondly, the European Parliament did not always have these powers. They were accrued along the way as part of the development of the European model. In the same way, the SADC Parliament model, the regional parliament model for SADC ought to be uniquely SADC, informed by the context within the region, and be allowed to evolve as dictated by circumstances. The other aspect, which was a point of learning, is the proactive legislative action and cross-party collaboration we witnessed in German legislative bodies in addressing climate change and energy transition. Germany is one of those countries that is hardest hit with energy crisis in the aftermath of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And as a result, the country has to rapidly transform or transition from fossil fuels to green energy. And this requires political leadership in terms of the representatives from different political parties. And we saw that the agenda of climate change and the need for climate action from Parliament is at the top of the legislative bodies of Germany, but also even for the European Parliament. Another important point is the importance of both strong institutions and citizen connection in regional integration. It's a point I raised earlier on when I was talking about engagement, but maybe to highlight the fact that regional integration at the end of the day is about the people. If we do not put people at the center, the regional integration has no meaning to them. If you ask a SADC citizen to say, if there was no SADC, what would you have lost? What are they likely to say? And are they likely to say more than 5 things? So we need to reimagine our regional integration as a model where citizens are able to point at the benefits. If you talk to the Europeans, they talk about 3 things. They said European project is about the economic benefits for everyone, mutual economic benefits. So the trade aspects of the EU project are very clear. Then they also tell you it's also about never again in history should we allow what happened in the past to happen again. So it's really about finding collective solutions to avoid past mistakes. Thirdly, they also tell you about the mindset, where every European is very clear to say, whatever happens, whatever the disagreements, we are in it together for the better or for the worse. The other important aspect is the opportunity that the trip gave or the visit gave in terms of visibility of SADC PF with international partners. The issues of visibility of SADC PF are issues that are recurrent in terms of the current decisions and concerns even expressed by members. And the trip proved to be a strategic opportunity to project SADC PF as not just a regional player, but an international one, where parliaments are at the center of regional and international affairs. Another important aspect, Chair, to highlight is the conflict resolution and consensus building and governance. One of the learning points, and honorable members will know that almost across Europe, there is that sharp division of opinion where most governments are being run by coalitions. In fact, in Germany, out of the 16 states, only one has no coalition. The rest are run by coalition governments. But what we found to be informative and interesting is the fact that there is willingness across the coalition partners to make things work. So often, if you read the media or talk to political analysts, when an outcome is such that there is no clear winner, we are only told one side where all is lost. We are never told that it's also, being in a situation where you have to have consensus to govern is also good because everyone gets involved and feels involved. So rather than seeing it as a winner-take-all and all-lost arrangement, the outcome of that are hung where you need coalition governments can also be seen in positive light as the ability of a system to resolve issues collectively. One of the things that the German system does is that there is a legislative framework governing these coalitions, and they must actually sign contracts at the commencement of the coalition government. So those were some of the positive things we observed. Another one relates to gender equality. One of the key learning points, the current German government, which is also a coalition government, is implementing a feminist foreign policy. This was a first in terms of learning for SADC PF to see this in action, and we were able to observe on the ground in one of the states we visited, Zeeland State. We met with the Women's Council there, which is actually a statutory body. And these bodies are actually spread across the entire country, whose role is to engage on issues of gender equality, women's political participation, and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus already agreed on some of the issues that they could collaborate with the women in Germany. The last 2 points, Chair, as I conclude. The first one is we came across a structure called the European Academy, which is a deliberate structure created to generate and share information about the European project. If you look at in the SADC region, one of the gaps we have is information gaps, where if you ask honorable members before you came to SADC PF, how much of SADC or SADC PF did you know of? They will tell you they knew very little about, because there is no structure that is telling people and the citizens about why SADC and what are its benefits. If they have concerns, if they have dissatisfaction, how do they express it? And this year, European Academy serves as not just an information hub, but it also targets young people who are actually trained and educated regarding the European project. We thought this is something that we must carefully study as the SADC region and see what elements of it we can replicate. Lastly, is the point that democracy is a continuous journey. As old as the European democracies are, the truth of the matter is that there are always challenges that are emerging. And the test of any system is its ability to continuously reform to remain relevant. So equally, we have seen in the world where there's been attempts at imposition of models of democracy. While this is good, the challenge is always about sustainability. And therefore, we learned that there is need to grow democracy organically, where we grow capacities in terms of the demand and supply for democracy, so that we are able to sustain the democracy project. Chair, through you, these are some of the highlights. To use the words of Honorable Magagula, the meat regarding the trip to Germany. As I said, we are just at the infancy of processing the information. We will proceed to be integrating some of it in programming. At this juncture, with the concurrence of the chair, may I invite the Secretary General to brief on the issue of the SADC Parliament.
Good morning, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members elsewhere. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Chair. The brief is very simple, honorable members. We must be able to really support the issue of the SADC transformation like we would any revolution, like we would any resolution that the plenary assembly has taken and would need to guard jealously. Where we are, honorable members, we have the commitment already demonstrated by the SADC organs, the SADC Council up to the SADC heads of state. What remains, honorable members, is the opportunity for countries that have not yet signed to pen their signatures to the amendment of the treaty, which will recognize the SADC Parliament as one of the organs of the SADC. Now, honorable members, we have so far 9 countries that have signed the agreement amending the treaty. I will not name those countries because you are well aware. We have 2 countries who are actively seeking an opportunity to sign, which are Zambia and Namibia. They are still following their own domestic processes, not really domestic processes. It's just an issue of bureaucracy. And in one instance, they're following their own domestic processes to make sure that we secure the signatures. The Honorable Speaker of Angola, with the support of the lobby mission, is actively trying to catalyze processes so that we are able to get the required 12 signatures for us to be able to effect, this agreement, which will allow us to move forward with considering the protocol. It may please the honorable members to know that this matter remains on the agenda of Summit and Council. They are literally waiting for these signatures to be complete so that we reach the threshold that is required. At the next meeting in August, if we still have 9 signatures or 10 or less than 12 signatures, it will just remain an update. And we are really hoping that honorable members, through your relationships, you'll be able to help us garner the necessary signatures for the agreement amending the treaty to come into force. The efforts of the Honorable Speaker, Carolina Sekera, and those of the President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Group in Angola, who is Honorable Pedro Sebastian, are really working hard to have bilateral missions to countries that have not yet signed in order to lobby those countries to make sure that at least we have the 12 signatures. As we are well aware, honorable members, the next summit will be held in August in Zimbabwe. And the chair of the lobby mission is the Honorable Speaker of Zimbabwe. We are hoping that with putting our heads together and efforts, we'll be able to move ahead with these signatures. Honorable members, let me just maybe say that often it is important for us to be speaking from the same Bible, so to speak. The facts around the transformation must be consistent across the parliament. The enthusiasm to transform into a parliament must be shared across all parliaments, because this is a resolution which was unanimously taken by all the parliaments. Secondly, we must be of one mind that at the end of the day, this transformation is going to improve the functions of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, that we will continue to do our model lawmaking functions, which will serve as benchmarks for parliaments. And there should not be any confusion with regards whether we are seeking lawmaking powers and therefore usurping the powers of lawmaking at national level of parliaments. Honorable members, we are also saying the positive side of this is that your standing committee, for instance, will really focus and be, involved in the domestication of regional instrument made at the level of SADC and beyond. It will empower you to really make resolutions that will concern the movement of your countries to domesticate the recommendations that have been made from summit level and also beyond based on other treaties. And therefore, this is something, as you spoke earlier, you are looking at the model law on constitutionalism and the rule of law and many others. You have the model law on elections. And therefore, this will really assist us to ensure that you are empowered, that you are targeted in what you do, and that at the end of the day, the procedures that we follow are equally followed or shared by most of the countries. We are not changing the functions of the forum. We are improving the functions of the forum, contrary to most rumors that speak to the fact that we're going to be making binding laws or regulations that should apply in most countries. That is not correct. And probably that is why it is taking us long to have the signatures completed. I've indicated that the 44th SADC Summit will take place in Zimbabwe from the 17th to the 18th of August in this particular year, honorable members. It is important that this unanimity that was shared by all parliaments assist us to support Zimbabwe like Angola is doing, so that we don't leave any parliament behind. It will be very disruptive for some of us to find that ultimately we may not be together as we are. We are trying to bring on board the Union of Comoros, but if all of us do not sign to the SADC Parliament, it means that some of us will not find ourselves being part of the SADC Parliament. And therefore, I enjoin you to really go further, read the SADC Treaty in terms of what happens when we sign, what will happen at ratification stage, and therefore encourage all of us to make sure that we safeguard this community of parliamentarians, which includes all of us. And hopefully at that time, we'll also have the Union of Comoros. Honorable members, that is the brief. We are still lagging behind the signatures. So far, we have 9 out of the 12 that are required. As indicated, the lobby mission is really trying hard, led by the Honorable Speaker of Angola, to visit the Democratic Republic of Congo, to visit Mauritius, to visit Botswana, to make sure that we complete the signatures. Currently, Namibia is working hard, and Zambia, to make sure that hopefully when summit sits, would have those signatures. It is my hope, honorable members, that where you sit, you can influence one or the other, like Angola is taking it upon themselves to use the bilateral relations to make sure that we have the signatures that are required. We've been having meetings with various stakeholders, civil society. We have met also with the EU Parliament through this German visit, where we shared our ambitions and what can be done. And it is our hope that as members of this critical committee, parliamentary democracy remains crucial, and also to ensure that at the end of the day, we are not just receiving reports, that we are knowledgeable and can champion the real facts about this transformation and not what we hear. The documents are available, and therefore, honorable members, let us be seen to be really championing and also having the facts in our at the tip of our toes. Please, at the end of the meeting, we'll recirculate again the facts about the transformation and where we are, for you to speak from the same hymn like all the members of the forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam SG. That was quite insightful. Chair, there is a commitment that there will be a recirculation of the facts, so that the coherence that SG talked about is maintained. It's good that Honorable Magagula asked, having been in as Vice President and out briefly, I think it was necessary for him and other honorable members to be briefed. When honorable members require information related to the transformation, feel free to get in touch with the committee secretary. At any point, we'll be glad to facilitate you with the most recent updates. Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, SG, for unpacking the transformation agenda. Let us push all for the transformation process so that SADC Parliament will see the light of the day. I want to thank thank Secretary General and Mr. Kurasha. I hope your questions, which are very important from Honorable Magugula, have been responded. Has been responded to. Can we proceed?
Mr. Chairman,
Chairman, there is Zambia, which is requesting to take the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. My name is Honorable Victor Lumai, Member of Parliament from the Republic of Zambia. I just want to thank Madam SG for the encouraging message on the transformation of our SADC-PF Parliament in the SADC region. Mr. Chairman, allow me to encourage other member states in SADC, including my own country, Zambia. I think we have discussed this issue of transformation for a long time now. And listening to Madam SG, it would appear as though there are some member states who have got issues with the transformation of our SADC PF into a parliament. I think those involved in negotiations, I think it is important to brief us what are the issues, because it will be very important for us, members of the DG, to have a brief as we meet in Angola, to be told which countries have got challenges. So if Zambia is not signing, my own country, we have to be told what are the challenges, because we expected that after our meeting in Mauritius, today we are going to get or to receive very good news about member states signing. So I just want to encourage Madam SG and our secretariat for SADC PF to ensure that as we meet in Angola, we should be availed a report country by country to be told what are their challenges, so that where there are challenges, that's where the negotiating team can concentrate on, than discussing the same matter for a long time. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may, Honorable Chair.
Yeah. Please go ahead, Secretary General.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you for your input, Honorable Victor from Zambia. Like I indicated, for Zambia, it was an issue of taking the matter through Parliament. It is actually right now on the executive side where they're going to be signing. For me, I would just say that sometimes it is the length of consultation that is required for any tool that needs to be domesticated at national level. For the two countries, Zambia and Namibia, I can firmly indicate that that is the delay currently. Honorable member from Zambia, you may assist us to visit the office of the clerk, but I believe that Zambia has moved ahead and they're doing quite well. But simply to check in as part of showing interest in terms of where the process is as part of the SADC Parliamentary Forum membership. The other countries, as indicated, there have been changes in most of the countries for members who are dealing with the portfolio, and therefore consultations naturally will start afresh. And the facts of the matter or the inquiries that align to issues around financing, issues around what is this parliament, and also for countries to check if this parliament in any way will go against their national interest, is one of the natural steps that any country takes. Madagascar went to elections. They had presidential elections at the time where they were supposed to be considering the transformation. We have gotten back to make sure that we can follow through. As you're well aware, now they'll be having a new speaker and also a new set of members of parliament. Regarding the Democratic Republic of Congo, they've also come out of elections, and we are hoping that with the engagement that Angola has already initiated to use their bilateral ties to follow through on this matter, we will be able to have a cogent explanation when we meet during the plenary assembly, or maybe the agreement would have been signed. Mauritius is also working with the lobby team to ensure that they can give us a response sooner. Yes, indeed, we can get an update during the plenary assembly, but I'd also like to remind honorable members, this matter is an issue for the executive to execute. Parliaments have debated and have unanimously agreed. And therefore, it is a matter where we can be able to discuss with the relevant portfolio committees in our parliaments and the relevant ministerial committees to move this matter forward. It's one thing to debate and have a report, but it's another for us to be able to tell us what is happening or to be aware of the domestic context and the process that is required for signatures to be deposited. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, SD Secretary General, for the update on the surrounding of the transformation of SADC Parliament. If there are no comments, are there still any comments from honorable members? Any comment from honorable members? If there are no comment from honorable members, we can now proceed to adopt the report.
Chair, Mozambique is requesting for the floor.
Okay. The honorable member.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Okay, thank you. Angola to Chair. So Mozambique and Angola.
They may proceed.
And South Africa.
And South Africa, Chair.
Okay.
E muito obrigado, senhor presidente, pela concessão da palavra. Primeiro, quero saudar o senhor presidente da nossa comissão pela forma como tem estado a dirigir as nossas sessões, em especial a de hoje, que tem estado a dirigir com muita mestria. Também quero saudar a senhora secretária-geral pela informação que acabou de nos dar relativamente à transformação do fórum em parlamento. De facto, estamos muito ansiados em ver este projeto concretizado. Precisamos que, num curto espaço, consigamos ter este facto realizado. Queremos saudar pelo empenho que a secretária-geral, de forma particular, tem estado a desenvolver para que este fato seja consumado. Muito, muito obrigado pela atenção dispensada. Obrigada.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Aqui, deputado Pedro Sebastião, de Angola. Nós também gostaríamos de saudar o Sr. Presidente, a Sra. Secretária-Geral e todos aqueles que tomam parte dos nossos trabalhos. Relativamente ao relatório da visita feita à Alemanha, nós tomamos nota daquilo que foi efetivamente visto e tratado na Alemanha e tomamos também nota daquilo que para nós, em termos de uma organização que se pretende regional, diz respeito. Eu não sei se na Alemanha nós tivemos a ocasião de debruçar-nos sobretudo como está sendo feita a integração do leste alemão no todo alemão, se há de facto uma discriminação positiva no sentido de arrastar a parte menos desenvolvida para o todo alemão. Era uma experiência que nós poderíamos beber no quadro daquilo que se pretende para a nossa região. Relativamente ao segundo ponto, a informação que a senhora secretária-geral acabou de nos fazer, realmente há um esforço grande para que o Parlamento Regional seja de facto um facto. Do nosso ponto de vista, os parlamentos nacionais, portanto, os integrantes do nosso fórum parlamentar, fizeram e bem o trabalho de casa. Agora, portanto, em termos de fórum parlamentar, cada parlamento isoladamente, sobretudo aqueles que ainda não assinaram, têm a grande responsabilidade de fazer o lobby dos lobbies junto dos seus executivos para que efetivamente nós possamos ter o nosso Parlamento. Faltam apenas 2 assinaturas. Não nos parece ser muito difícil e nós estaríamos a apelar àqueles parlamentos nacionais cujos países não assinaram ainda, que tomem a dianteira do lobby, portanto, junto das suas autoridades competentes, para que possamos ter, de facto, o nosso Parlamento Regional. Já vai longa a data que vimos abordando isso e pensamos que chegamos à altura de darmos efetivo o remate final para que tenhamos o nosso Parlamento Regional. Muito obrigado pela atenção dispensada.
Chairperson, there is South Africa, there is also Madagascar.
Thank you very much.
You may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and well done for your session so far. Chair, I'm just a bit upset to hear about the fact that when it comes to election observation, South Africa being one of the biggest countries in SADC, you know, I think it's one of those that we could probably learn a lot from trying to observe from, in terms of having a lot of machinery, having a lot of what can go wrong or right. So there's a lot of parties contesting. And I think it's too easy to say that we don't have time to prepare. And I think that's almost the coward's way out, so to speak. And I'm not, no disrespect to anyone, but we've got the ZANU-PF that's going to come election monitor. And in the past, we've had different parties come monitor different countries in SADC. But as a collective, we should use the parties that are coming to observe, get reports from them or get an understanding from them and how they're going to use the role model laws to basically monitor South Africa in their elections. I still believe that one of the most powerful observation missions that we undertook was that to Zambia, where we didn't even have to take off from any airport. All we had to do was use Zoom. And I think with more than 2 weeks to go, I believe that people would still be available from the IEC, from political parties. I mean, there's over 64 political parties. This is the first time in South Africa that there'll be independents running for an election, in a national election. I'm sure that doesn't even happen in other countries in SADC, and this might be something useful for other countries to want to see how that works. So they might want to engage with the IEC online to find out, how is this going to work? Is the IEC prepared for it? Can the system work? You know, it's just an educational system, and it's one way to test that our role model laws can work. And we should rather find ways to make our election observations work than to say, well, let's pass up this opportunity and let's look for the next opportunity one day down the line. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is there any other member want to contribute?
Madagascar requested.
Madagascar. Okay. Honorable from Madagascar, may you comment?
Honorable Tsiliva, is it your wish to take the floor?
Oui, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Proceed.
Attends, j'ai une
Yes,
mauvaise
we can
connexion
hear
là.
you.
Oui, si vous m'entendez, où suis-je? Attends.
Honorable Tsiliva, please go ahead. The chair has given you the floor. Interpretation, are you able to hear Honorable Tsiliva? I see. The staff from Madagascar, can you advise Honorable Tsiliva to proceed? Honorable Tsiliva? We do not.
Excusez-moi.
Yes,
Bonjour.
Tsiliva.
Yes.
Mhm.
He said that he tries to be online,
Okay.
but he struggles with his network, but he will come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, it looks like Angola wants to supplement unless if it's an old end.
Okay, may the honorable member go ahead.
Honorable Sebastian,
Eu
you
peço
wish to take the floor?
desculpa, mas era relativamente às observações eleitorais. Eu creio que essas observações eleitorais são importantes para a organização, por tudo aquilo que foi já aqui avançado. Ora, o problema coloca-se de alguma dificuldade financeira para suportar essas observações eleitorais. Se estamos a recordar, no princípio ou inicialmente, nós recebíamos do Fórum Parlamentar alguma contribuição financeira para participarmos nas observações eleitorais. Essa possibilidade passou de algum tempo a esta parte para os próprios parlamentos, que suportam as suas despesas de viagem, estadia. Portanto, retirou-se um peso considerável financeiro no Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. Será que mesmo assim nós não temos possibilidade de estarmos presentes nas observações eleitorais, já que o grande peso das despesas é assumida pelos próprios países, os próprios parlamentos. Era a dúvida que eu tenho. Muito obrigado.
Chair, we may proceed with that submission from Angola.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kuracha. I think at this moment we can allow the SG to comment, then after SG may come in and comment, then we proceed. I thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity. I think Madagascar is back. Now they have two hands. Do you want to give them an opportunity before I come in?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Member can go ahead.
Honorable Tsiliva, you are muted. Please unmute, Honorable Tsiliva.
Oui, si vous m'entendez, mesdames et messieurs, Monsieur le Président, honorable membre, mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. En fait, je voudrais à l'avance vous informer qu'en ce moment, nous sommes en campagne de l'élection législative. Donc, je voudrais avoir votre permission de quitter tôt notre réunion. Mais Madagascar, mon pays, est toujours ouvert à toute collaboration, surtout au niveau de changement, d'impact par rapport à notre objectif. Et par rapport au rapport tout à l'heure, Madagascar est très, très ouvert et à toute implication de la région de la SADC pour avoir des résultats multilatéraux entre nos pays. Donc, je voulais juste vous informer par rapport à tout ça et merci beaucoup.
Chair, through you, I also saw Malawi with a hand up.
Okay. Permission granted. The honorable member can contribute.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chair, Madam SG, and all honorable members. I should concur with South Africa's comments, where he was saying we are missing out from most of the elections which are passing without observing, because we are supposed to learn more from these elections to prepare ourselves for the purpose. Because as our committee, we are really supposed to attend most of these elections on observation mission, but we are failing because most of the countries are saying they don't have money, or there is that. So even the way South Africa proposed that we can have the virtual one, it is important that we learn from the situations which happen in different countries during elections. But staying away from those elections are not giving us a good learning material. So I concur with South Africa that at least we should be seen doing something during elections rather than sitting back and watch. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I think that concludes the comments from the members. We may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Kuracha. As area on, I have indicated that SGM Secretary General may comment, then after Secretary General, Mr. Kuracha may comment on the submission of the honorable members.
Honorable Chair, I'm not sure which part, but I think the comments from the honorable members are quite progressive in terms of what should be done. And the mandate of the committee insofar as finding innovative ways to be able to implement those, among others. However, honorable members, the buck stops with financing. It is one thing to pass resolutions and have ambitions at committee levels. It is another for the Secretariat to write letters, put together proposals, write to parliaments, continue. We all announced, the last session we spoke about, we have 50 elections globally. We have so many in the SADC region. This is the ambition. Resolutions are passed. But honorable members only remember when they meet that they should have gone to an election. At national level, honorable members don't follow up with the resolutions that have been taken. We have a committee, the Regional Model Laws Oversight Committee, made out of chairpersons. We have members nominated to the SADC PF. The honorable members, even after being given the schedule of elections and the timeline and the papers written to say, this is what it is. It doesn't matter how often we write, call, fax, text, WhatsApp, send reminders, we are at your mercy in terms of really actioning the resolutions that we make. The importance, yes, we are following. At my desk, honorable members, I can assure you, I've received a submission internally. Honorable Chair,
you may proceed,
I
Madam
think
Chair.
there's interference of a call, but it's fine. Where I can assure you that from the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat, we implement the resolutions to the letter, but we have limitations. The issues that we talk about in terms of exploring the model laws, this is what we preach every day. I'm just showing you here one of the paragraphs from the submissions that have been made, the planning that has been done, and many others. However, honorable members, when we take resolutions on the budget, when we pass the budget, please let us look whether this budget indeed will take our resolutions somewhere. If we take resolutions depending on the mercy of parliaments, maybe we make sure that when we receive such reports, we have a meeting with the Office of the Clerk, the Office of the Speaker, to really look at the opportunities and the possibilities for the countries to take forward those resolutions. Otherwise, honorable members, what you put in is what we get out of the forum. They say in IT, garbage in, garbage out. If you put $1, only $1 will come out. But we need to move, I agree completely, honorable members, that we must explore opportunities to domesticate the model law. However, on the one hand, we have constraints that we always defer resolution of. Then we come back and we say, no. It's a coward's way out. The members are not, we can do, even virtual, we need to pay people on the ground. Even virtual means that we pay at least, I don't know, $450 times 6 for interpretation per day. For those things, everything is a cost. And when you look at the budget of the forum, even for this committee for program support, that will not even suffice to pay for a 1 day of a virtual election observation. I submit, Honorable Chair, I'm not responding. I'm giving further recommendations of the methodology that we must take to ensure that the resolutions that we take indeed will have life, will be given life. And I think there's a reason why sometimes you cannot bring a motion to Parliament which has a financial implication without having done the necessary consultations. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Mr. Kurasha, do you have anything to say?
Not really, Chair. Just to reiterate the point made by Honorable Sebastião regarding the unification of East and West Germany, and to point out that, in fact, when we made the point about democracy being a continuous journey, on the ground, Germany continues to live with some of the challenges of the unification, where some of the sections of society still feel left out. And that is a lesson for us in terms of the need to push on some of the things that we think are impossible, and we can be able to deal with some of the consequences the same way the East and West Germany today stand united. Members were actually at the moment to view the Berlin Wall, as reported in the chairperson's report, and it was one of the points of learning regarding the need sometimes to believe in the power of the collective, which in essence is part of what we're pushing for when we push for regional integration. We are better off together than when we are alone. And indeed, Germany continues to deal with some of the shortcomings and the gaps. It's not a process without fault, but they must be commended for daring to attempt and to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, SG, Secretary General. Thank you, Mr. Kurasha. Thank you, honorable members, for the appeal on transformation. Let us continue to engage our executive. And I think on this time, we may continue and proceed with our meeting. And I think on this time, we may want to adopt our report. So I ask from honorable members to move for the adoption of the report.
Honorable members, the chair proposes for anyone who wish to move for the adoption of the chairperson's report on the visit to Germany. I see South Africa and Eswatini. They have their hands up, Chair.
Okay.
Seychelles too.
South Africa.
Chair, thank you. I'd like to move for the adoption of the report. It would be my pleasure.
Okay, and Swatini, I think you can second. Swatini.
Thank you very much, Chair. I second that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The report is duly adopted. So, honorable members and partners, we are commencing the first session of our deliberation on this theme. So I want to invite the secretary to briefly introduce our resource persons who will lead us through the theme. Mr. Kurasha.
Thank you very much, Chair. For this session, which is on the theme, we have 3 resource persons, Chair. Our main resource person is Nicholas Matatu. He currently works as an independent freelance electoral expert. He has 20 years of electoral experience, assistance experience, working closely with election management bodies and other election stakeholders throughout the African continent. His area of expertise are electoral operations, electoral planning, capacity building, civic and voter education, electoral violence, electoral security, and electoral risk management. Mr. Matatu has previously worked in Liberia, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea, Senegal, Mali, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and most recently in Burkina Faso. He has worked with several reputable international organizations, including the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, International IDEA, and the International Foundation for Electoral Systems, IFES. He holds a master's in international political economy from the University of Kent, Brussels School of International Studies, and a bachelor in political science from Colby College in the United States. Our second resource person is the distinguished Madame Hilda Motsani, who is the current executive secretary of the Electoral Commission's Forum of SADC Countries, ECF SADC, secretariat based in Botswana, which is an umbrella body for all electoral commissions in the SADC region, established in 1999, and has played an important role in ensuring the management of elections in SADC countries is improved and building the capacity of election management bodies to fill their roles. She has over 20 years experience in election management. She previously served at the Electoral Commission of Botswana, Independent Electoral Commission of Botswana, as the Senior Information Officer. She joined the ECF SADC in 2005 and has held various positions. She has introduced a number of election-related projects, developed global partnerships, and coordinated capacity building projects for electoral management bodies in the SADC region. She possesses wide knowledge and expertise in policy interpretation, electoral training, project management, program research and development, advocacy, and electoral stakeholder management, conflict management, strategic planning and development. She holds a bachelor's degree in social work and a master's in public administration. Lastly, Chair, our intervener is Dr. Tarisai Mutangi, who is a human rights practitioner and academic, who currently serves as the head of the postgraduate department at the Faculty of Law, University of Zimbabwe, with research interests spanning international human rights law, access to justice, law and religion, electoral law, refugee law, and institutional reform. He has authored and consulted extensively in these areas. Dr. Mtangi has a significant experience in evidence-based lobbying for legislative reform, particularly capacity building for governance bodies. His involvement with national parliaments include advisor roles for the Parliamentary Legal Committee in Zimbabwe and participation as an expert panelist in public office interviews. He has engaged with regional parliaments such as Pan-African Parliament, Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Currently, he serves as the Secretary of the Democratization, Governance and Human Rights Technical Working Group. This is a reference group of the various partner organizations that we work with, and he has previously contributed to various boards, committees, and commissions focusing on law reform, penal reform, and transparency. His expertise in capacity building extends to collaborations with both state and non-state actors, enhancing their legal proficiency. I submit, Chair. Those are our panelists.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha, our program manager. I now invite Ms. Hilda Modisani, Executive Secretary, Electoral Commission's Forum of SADC, to deliver the keynote address on emerging and recurrent electoral challenges in the SADC region and their impact on democracy, lessons learned from ECF SADC, and the role of parliaments in strengthening electoral integrity in the SADC region. You have 20 minutes to present. Ms. Hilda.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to honorable members. allow me to extend my greetings to the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, also the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Democracy, Governance and Human Rights. I greet you all, honorable members. I'm going to, okay. Is somebody sharing the screen that side? No? Or I can do it from this side.
I think it's better if you did it from your end. IT, could you grant a right to share? This applies to all the resource persons.
Yeah, I can confirm that he has the right to share.
You are able to share, Hilda. Proceed.
Okay. Where is it? Can you see anything? Nope.
Not yet. If you are failing, I might be able to rescue if that will help.
Okay.
In terms of sharing from this
from
end.
that side.
I could try and share from this end if that would help.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I am going to present in this way. I know time is not on our side. So let's go to the next slide, Kurasha. Hello. Okay, that will be my presentation. And with your permission, I will skip some slides to save the time. It is important that I give the overview of where we come from as the ECF SADC and what we do. I'll also touch on why this topic is important, not only to the ECF SADC, but to all of us as members of parliament, as the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I will also share some of the emerging electoral challenges. I will give examples. I will share some key trends where possible. I will also touch on the complementary roles by parliaments and EMBs, just to emphasize how these two institutions need to work together. I will share some lessons learned, having working with electoral commissions. Then I'll give some recommendations, then I will conclude. And next one. Just a little overview, just 2 slides about what this forum is all about. It's a regional organization comprising of all electoral commissions of the SADC member states. I am happy to see all honorable members from Angola, you can name DRC, from Malawi, Zambia. So it's all electoral commissions from CNE Angola to Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. As indicated earlier, this forum was established in 1998. This year it will be turning 26 years. And it is established to help commissions to work with one another, to support one another, to learn from each other, to strengthen communication on electoral and cooperation on electoral issues. As indicated before, we are here based in Gaborone and hosted by the government of Botswana. Just a small slide about what we do at the ECF SADC. We do what we call the peer exchanges, which is quite important to us for learning purposes. We do staff attachments when a commission is holding elections or even outside elections. Commissions will attach their staff members to support the commission and to learn. We do election observation. I heard earlier that members talked a lot about election observation. We do election observations, and I think it's very important to mention that the ECF SADC observations comprise only of members from electoral commissions. So I can comfortably say we are a technical observer missions. We also do technical support to support commissions that are holding elections. And the technical support can either be in the form of human resource, can also be in the form of sharing equipment. Like other institutions, we do have thematic seminars and workshops on electoral matters. You are aware, honorable members, that with elections, there is always something to talk about. Today you talk about voter registration, tomorrow you talk about conflict management, the next day you talk about independence of commissions, the next day you can talk about financing. So thematic workshops, very, very important on annual basis. We also do promote what we call study tours. If commissions, electoral commissions have introduced a new technology, new innovation, we do support that other commissions do visit them to learn on the new developments, on the new introductions, on the new innovations. Most importantly, also training of electoral staff. People need to be trained to be able to run elections well. Another component of research, we do undertake research on thematic areas to inform our future or our interventions. Setting norms and standards. We also do have standards from time to time. We have the principles on election management. We have the guidelines on independence of commissions. We also have guidelines on media reporting on elections. I can go on and on. Now, the next topic or the next section of my presentation. Why is this topic important, honorable members? Why is this topic important to us as the ECF? Why is it important to honorable members here present? Why is it important to the SADC PF? Why is it important to the SADC region as a whole? We learned that this year, 2024, nearly half of the world population will go for polls. Very, very important. I've looked around and I saw that the Time magazine calls this year the ultimate year, where 64 countries globally will go for the polls. International Idea calls this year a super election year. They are asking what this many elections mean for us. They are anticipating that the many elections this year will provide opportunities for democratic renewal, will provide opportunities for innovation, will provide opportunities for enhanced representation. As we continue to interact during the course of the day, we will see how we are going to manage this or how we are going to meet these opportunities. According to also International Institute for Security Studies, which is based in South Africa, they also see this year as a very crucial year for Africa, not only for SADC, with 180 million eligible voters making their polls in across 17 countries in the continent in Africa. Next slide. Now we are coming back to the SADC region. In the SADC region, we are looking at 7 countries which will have national elections. We are looking at the Comoros, South Africa, Mozambique, Botswana, Namibia, Madagascar, and Mauritius. In the presentation, you will see that I have highlighted Comoros and Madagascar. The reason being that the ECF will not deploy missions to Comoros and Madagascar. Why? Because the electoral commissions in Comoros and Madagascar are not part of this forum that we are talking about today. And so there will be no deployment to those countries. We also learned that in the SADC region, these elections are coming at a time where democracy is seen to be eroding. We see now there are a lot of questions on how credibility of elections is measured. We see people questioning the effective role of parliaments. We also have issues around how voters, how candidates, how political parties, and how the general public access the judiciary or access to justice. We also see that elections are coming at a time where a number of SADC countries are displaying very fragile and weakening oversight processes, the outcome of which is increasing lack of public trust in institutions such as the institutions that we work with, which is election management bodies. I'll come to that later to explain why we are talking about fragile, why we are talking about lack of trust. Now, whilst we are saying that the SADC region has seen and enjoyed regular elections, we now see recurrent challenges. We see that challenges, some of them are persistent, that confront election management bodies in the SADC region. And we all see that electoral commissions serve two purposes. One, choosing people's representatives, two, conferring legitimacy on elected officials. This is what will bring the complementarity with the SADC or the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I'm going to switch off my video because I can see my network is unstable, and allow me, Chair, to present without the video. Can I?
Thank you, Meg. Yes, yes. Permission granted.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Now, without wasting time, I have picked about 6 challenges that we see, and persistent challenges, recurrent challenges that confront all electoral management bodies in the SADC countries. Here, members, we are talking about 15 electoral commissions, as I indicated at the beginning. Challenge number 1, we talk about misinformation and disinformation, which I also believe confronts the national parliament. We are seeing this matter bringing what we call a new era for election management, new era or new period, how you may call it. Why do you say it's a new era for election management bodies? Election management bodies are faced with two sides when it comes to this challenge. One, they have to see how they can leverage digital and social media to perform their work. At the same time, they also have to explore avenues to mitigate the challenges brought by the digital and social media that could harm their execution of their mandate. But also, whilst it's a challenge, we note that all commissions that we work with, from Angola to Zimbabwe, social media has enabled them to timelessly communicate or to get in touch with the public. I can confirm that most of the EMBs use social media platforms on messaging to interact with electoral stakeholders. On average, I can confirm that at least 80 or 90% of EMBs in the SADC region use Facebook, what is called Meta now. I can confirm that 80% of the EMBs in the SADC region, they also use Twitter, what is called X now. I can confirm that WhatsApp is also popular. WhatsApp is also popular, at least on all 100% of EMBs use WhatsApp for messaging, for sending public messages. What I can encourage, Honorable Chair, to the members in this meeting is to follow the Facebook pages of EMBs. I can confirm that the ECF SADC website links members or users to websites of all EMBs. And in the websites, you can also connect to the Facebook pages. So, honorable members, perhaps to know what is happening with EMBs, with our EMBs, to know what is happening with elections right now in South Africa, to know what is happening with election preparedness in Namibia, to know what is happening in Mozambique. It is important that we follow their pages. Once you follow the pages, you will get daily updates on what is happening in those EMBs. But I can confirm that EMBs with active websites are also active on social media pages. The second challenge that I would want to talk about, still relating to technology, is on elections and technology. You will notice that to date, a number of commissions use technology with a view to improve the election management, with a view to improve the transparency, with a view to improve the innovations. But we can still see that while the technologies have been adopted, we still have stakeholders who have proven that they are still lacking trust on election management bodies, on the use of technology. We can give examples. We have seen how in Namibia, electronic voting machine was introduced to improve the election management. We also saw how Namibia has gone back to the ballot paper because the court has ruled that the electronic voting machine needs a paper trail to instill confidence, to instill transparency on election processes. We've also seen on the use of technology how members have introduced biometric voter registration and how they have to use or to update technologies to improve on their systems. We now see on the printing of ballot papers, we see how Zambia has moved from South Africa to print in Dubai, Malawi followed to print in Malawi, all in the case for looking for best technology to improve elections. The next challenge, increasing cost of elections. Honorable members, you are aware that in the SADC region, every time we go for observer missions, we learn how the member states have reduced the budgets or have released their funds late to EMBs. This affects their work. We learn how the use of technology also has increased the cost of running an election. I also want to talk about the nomination fees. We will also see how the nomination fees for countries in various countries are considered to be exorbitant for ordinary citizens, especially unemployed youth and women. We note that this may deter members, youth and women and others to contest for elections because of the high nomination fees. Still on cost of elections, we can talk about the high filing fees. Members know what I'm talking about. We can talk about excessive campaign budgets. We can talk about the nomination fees even at primary elections. I can confirm that recently here in Botswana, primary elections for the ruling party were able to establish that to stand for a local government, you need to pay at least $50 to be considered for assessment. To stand for member of parliament, you need to part with at least $100, which is equivalent of 1,000 pula, to be able to express interest to stand for MPs. I'm giving these examples to show that in the nomination fees sometimes will deter people from standing for elections. The shrinking space for civic participation. In the SADC region, we see how I've talked about lack of trust in political systems. I've talked about lack of trust in election management bodies. All these examples show that electoral environments have become very complex and demand that election management bodies, civil society, push up or improve on their games in terms of promoting inclusive electoral processes. We all see how there's a lot of pressure on election management bodies to be open and transparent so that they inspire confidence. I can confirm, Chairperson, that if you look at all observer missions from the ECF SADC, all of them, whether you talk about Botswana, whether you talk about South Africa, whether you talk about DRC, whether you talk about Zimbabwe, you'll find that there's a very there's a trend of recommendations on EMB strivings to improve on building trust, to build confidence on election or on voters or on the public. It's a very prominent feature in all observer missions. I would want to talk about other cross-cutting EMB challenges that we see when we work with electoral commissions. Why have I separated these ones? I've separated these ones, Chair, because they've always been there, but it doesn't mean that we should not do anything about them. First of all, I've already talked about the diminishing trust on EMBs. EMBs, all of them, you would find that when it comes to talking about inclusive elections, they will have gaps in terms of how they have youth programs, how they empower women, how they have systems or strategies to support marginalized groups. EMBs have very little capacity to deal with violence against women in elections. We talk about these issues, but we find that they need support on how to deal with violence against women. Challenges associated with legal frameworks, Honorable Chair. This one, we see it in the majority of countries where the public is always expressing concerns about appointments of commissioners, appointment of staff, whether the processes are transparent, whether the appointments speak to the needs of the country, etc., etc. We see how commissions have full-time commissioners, others have part-time. We see how other commissions have commissioners who are appointed from political parties. And the other issue that cuts across, Honorable Member, is everywhere we go, there will be issues around peace and security challenges in between and during elections. Dealing with stakeholders, managing political parties, I can confirm that this is one of the key challenges since the forum was established on where EMB struggle to manage political parties. Electoral disputes, risk management, conflict management is one of the cross-cutting challenges where commissions have to put in place strategies to deal with conflict in consultation with other stakeholders. The next slide, which brings the obvious point, is about the complementarity between parliaments and EMBs. I can just pick maybe one sentence to say that EMBs and parliaments need to work together. They can't do without one another. Parliaments make the laws, EMBs make sure that they implement the laws to run elections. Both parliaments and EMBs have benefited from electoral assistance to make sure, let's have the next slide. Hello? Parliaments and EMBs have worked together in the past, and they must work together to make sure that they build peace and trust by leveraging on their mandates to do outreach services to the public. We can confirm that both parliaments and election management bodies work with the RECs, the regional economic communities outside the SADC region. At the ECF SADC, we work with ECONEC, We work with the Association of World EMBs. We work with the Arab EMBs. We work with the Association of African Election Authorities. Working with EMBs and working with parliaments will pay a lot of dividends to us. So now, next slide, please. Working with election management bodies for over 20 years, what are some of the lessons learned that we wish to share with the meeting today, and lessons learned that will help us move forward in working with SADC-PF, in working with the national parliaments? We have learned that partnerships are important in strengthening the work that we do. Earlier on, members talked about partnerships. At the ECF or SADC, we also learned that partnerships are important. We also learned that EMBs and other stakeholders, they continue to face immense challenges in the rapidly evolving information environment, especially in the rise of disinformation, artificial intelligence, and misinformation. We need to do something about it. Next slide, please. I have already talked about how the legislature, through SADC-PF, can work together with the ECF to promote credibility of elections and to promote or to support EMBs building healthy relationship with legislatures. What do I mean when I say building healthy relationships, Honorable Chair? When was the last time we heard of a commission paying a courtesy visit, for example, to a national parliament? Just a courtesy visit. An EMB chair paying a courtesy visit to the Speaker of the National Assembly to meet and greet, to talk about the way the way they want to work together, to share their plans, etc., etc. That will be the basis for building healthy relationships. The importance of dialogues between EMBs and political parties on a regular basis. If this is not on a regular basis, then it becomes very difficult to promote dialogues. We have to understand that we gain a lot, EMBs gain a lot by communicating with political parties, and vice versa. Political parties gain a lot by interacting or having dialogues with EMBs. Sharing experiences with political parties, it helps a lot. And next slide, as I conclude. We also want to confirm that we have a relationship with SADC-PF. We want to leverage on their mandate, the work that they do, to be able to support commissions and our members and national parliaments to also use this robust emerging technology to execute their mandates. Next slide. As I conclude, Chair, I want to believe that both election management bodies and national parliaments through SADC Parliamentary Forum have the potential to work together to help election management bodies to be truly independent. I also believe that the two institutions can work together in making sure that public trust is secured, in building consensus. They can work together in talking about electoral reforms. I also want to believe that the two institutions can work together on the quest to enact and implement laws on campaign periods, on expenditures, prohibiting vote buying. These are the challenges that we see that touch on election costs. And at the end of the day, parliaments are rightly placed to support governments to have a professional police, to adequately resource the police so that they're able to perform their duties, which is provision of security, which is keeping law and order, which is also about dealing with electoral violence. Chair, Let me stop here. I can go on and on, but I want to confirm that we do have guidelines on social media where EMBs can pull on what recommendations will work for them, and also for parliaments under the state, there are implementations or there are guidelines or recommendations that can work for parliaments in terms of how they can deal with social media, in terms of what strategies they can employ to make sure that the harm done by social media is taken care of. Let me conclude here, Chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Madisani. You have highlighted us on your mandate and outlined the challenges you face in the pursuit of democracy in the region. I want to thank you very much on the information you have shared and the challenges you have faced to the honorable members and to the participants. So if I may propose, we can break for tea and return at 4:15.
Chair, may I, through you, as we break for tea, that we do a group photograph. We are perfecting even virtual meetings for purposes of, because we're going to do a newsletter for the committee based on the session, and would therefore request our ICTs to lead us in terms of how we proceed with the virtual group photograph. I presume this assumes us all going on video, everyone in attendance. Any other additional information, Ronald and colleagues, you can lead us through. I also see colleagues from SIOF Media lead us through the process of
that is correct, sir.
Sure.
Let's just switch on our cameras. We'll take a screenshot of everybody's screen. Thank you. Is Honorable Bergman okay? You seem like you're lying down.
It's the angle of the camera.
I see. If it's possible, can you lift it up, please?
I can try and move it.
Thank you.
Yes, we switch on our videos.
Yes.
Yes. And make sure you are in the center, Honorable Mai.
I
Yes.
don't know.
Thank you.
Maybe like
Yeah,
this.
you are there. You are there. You are there.
Yeah, let's just take one. Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. So the chair has guided that we take a health break and reconvene at 12:15. Enjoy your virtual tea.
this queue, press star. You
Chekingani na WhatsApp yanu waimwembe kuchumpa. How are you? Hizi na commissioner hapa na commissioner wenzo kama na sao yanu hapa. Na hiyo wana kondo. Ehe. Swana nitumili. Nizogamba na wewe manje malizofunza wati za beni hii tifuna mbele ya result ya wewe mnakwenda kuona je wazungusa I don't know. Maybe mfuseko waona pushing you na chishi. Because report vikapita long time vizaka vibichito vatonga
les personnes opératrices. D'un pays, nous besoin dans les autres,
Thank you, honorable members and participants. Can we start our meeting?
We may resume, Chair.
Okay, thank you. At the moment time, I may call upon our main resource person, Mr. Nicholas Matutu, or International Electoral Advisor, to give an expert presentation on a framework for understanding the root causes and dynamics of key persistent and emerging electoral risk in Southern Africa. I can give you 40 minutes.
Good afternoon. Bonjour, bon dia, Honorable Chair, honorable members. I'd like to say what a privilege and an honor it is to be with you today at this meeting of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights. I hope you can all hear me okay. Let me just put my screen on. It's really a delight to be with you. This is my second time working with the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the first time having been during one of the consultations, the initial consultations around 2016 or 2017 that led to the finalization of the model law that was referenced earlier. So it's really a pleasure to be with you today to look at some of the root causes and the dynamics linked to persistent and emerging electoral risks in the SADC region. And I'm going to build upon the previous speaker's excellent presentation, who touched upon quite a lot of the risks, the different specific risks that we are faced with. So my presentation, I will try and keep it quite short. I know we have a shortage of time. We're running slightly behind. But what I'll be looking to do in this specific presentation is first to give some key definitions, just so that we're all at the same level of understanding. And then look at what I call structural or contextual risk factors for elections. And then looking at what I call election-specific risk factors before looking finally at how they work together during an electoral process. So I would again concur with the previous speaker in saying that increasingly in this day and age, electoral management bodies, or EMBs, are under an incredible amount of strain, especially over the last 20 years or so. They're dealing with ever more challenges, and a lot of them are more complex. Elections on their own have always been very complicated undertakings. It's often said that it's one of the most complex tasks a government can undertake outside of wartime. On their own, electoral management bodies have had to deal with a lot of new challenges, and the previous speaker referenced the introduction of new technologies, and this is one of the new challenges that they're facing. But increasingly as well, outside elections, we are facing a more complicated electoral context where some pre-existing and some new risk factors are manifesting themselves or increasing in intensity. So it means electoral management bodies are now expected or required to not only be experts at their own tasks and mastering the legal and technical challenges, but also increasingly they're required to intervene in issues such as mediating election-related violence, or even having to be experts on new technologies, artificial intelligence, misinformation and disinformation. So it's really becoming a very tough challenge. And I think increasingly we are finding that electoral management bodies cannot do it alone, and they need the full collaboration and partnership of different stakeholders, all in the interests, of course, of protecting the integrity of elections, which increasingly around the world, as the previous speaker said, are incredibly under strain, including in the SADC region. So just to look at the SADC context again, we have discussed this already, but as part of this sort of super cycle, I believe it was called, of elections, we have 7 elections, national elections in the SADC region. One of them has already been held. I think what is also interesting to look at in terms of where we are in the SADC region in a comparative perspective, and I took this image on the right of the slide from the Mo Ibrahim Governance Index, but all comparative indices are more or less saying the same things, those who are measuring different scores related to democracy. And in terms of elections specifically, the SADC region is seeing a slight upward trend over the last 5 years after a decline. And definitely we seem to be on an upward curve compared to the rest of the continent. In terms of where we are globally, we are pretty much on average. And I think this is something that's interesting to note, because in terms of some of the different risk factors that we are facing, they're very common to risk factors that are faced by different countries, different election and management bodies, and electoral stakeholders organizing elections around the world. So if I could just remind ourselves, I'm sure everyone is quite aware of what a risk is, but I just wanted to put a definition just so that we're all at the same level of information. And I'm looking at a risk as something that is a likelihood of a negative occurrence that may impact the ability of whoever it is undertaking a job to meet a given objective. So we're really looking at the likelihood of something negative and looking at how that may impact on the objectives. In terms of how we look at this in elections, in terms of protecting electoral processes, I would like to sort of introduce a couple of other concepts in terms of looking at risks, threats, and crises. So a risk is a situation that can occur and negatively affect an electoral process, as I've just elaborated. A threat, I would say, is something above a risk, if you escalate, if you like. It's a situation or an actor that can exploit an electoral vulnerability, weakness, or a risk. And then a crisis is another level up, if you like, and that's a situation that combines a sense of urgency and high uncertainty about the electoral process. So a risk may or may not occur, and a threat is happening or is extremely likely to happen, and a crisis is something that is happening, or it may or may not happen, but there is also a sense of urgency. So when we look at risk factors, you can see that as a risk increases, it will move from a risk phase to a threat phase to a crisis phase. So this is one of the frameworks I would like to introduce to you today. In terms of current trends, in terms of risk factors that electoral management bodies are facing around the world, International IDEA conducted a survey about 4 or 5 years ago, and they asked electoral management bodies how they rank risk factors. And I think it's quite interesting that you will see that most of the more complicated risk factors electoral management bodies are facing are, number one, related to political environment, so dealing with political risks, managing relations with stakeholders, political parties, and so on. And then the second is operational, and this alludes to just the complexity of the task of organizing elections. And the two other sort of priority risks for most EMBs has been technological risks and risks related to the information environment. So again, the technological risks, we've alluded, the previous speaker alluded to some of the complexities of introducing new technologies that a lot of countries are doing. This includes biometrics, voter identification processes, e-voting in some contexts, results transmission systems, and so on. So the risks of having problems related to all these things are some of the primary concerns electoral management bodies are worried about at this moment in time. Similarly, risks related to the information environment. This is also including sort of cybersecurity, but misinformation and disinformation, and we'll have the opportunity to discuss that further. So, as I mentioned earlier, I would like to look at two different types of risks in terms of putting them into a typology. The first is what I'd like to call contextual or structural risks. And I mean, these acknowledge the fact that every context has a unique, every context or country that is holding an election, or even if it's a local election, a given area, has a unique history with different experiences, with politics, perhaps with conflict or violence, different levels of economic growth, different problems as it relates to social inclusion and social cohesion. And these different experiences obviously shape attitudes attitudes and practices, and they can often lead to divisions within society. But in terms of looking at how some of these structural factors might affect elections, I think you can identify quite a number of different factors. I might, in the interests of time, not go through them one by one, but just perhaps discuss 3 or 4 of these contextual factors that are really posing increasing challenges for electoral management bodies around the world and also in the SADC region. I think number one that I'd like to discuss is really the newest challenge, and that is the risks related to the pervasiveness of misinformation and disinformation, primarily in the media and on social media especially. And increasingly, this is being supercharged with the advent of AI, which is enabling malign actors, if you like, to develop convincing fake videos and other sort of disinformation tools. So this is something that is really becoming a challenge for electoral management bodies, and it's something that they cannot wish away. They just have to acknowledge that this risk is going to be an ever-present, and they have to find strategies to deal with it. Another threat that we are finding increasingly, and we've all lived through it as well, is the risks posed by environmental hazards. We had several countries having to organize elections during the COVID pandemic and having to take very special measures to prevent those risks from undermining the integrity of the electoral process. Increasingly also with climate change, we're finding new and unexpected risks. For instance, countries having to organize elections in the aftermath of a cyclone. I think this has been the case in some SADC countries, with cyclones affecting voter registration processes and other processes. We also have the possibility of floods, and especially in this era of climate change, we have unseasonal flooding. So sometimes rains can interfere with voting or other critical processes. So these are things that increasingly, again, electoral stakeholders need to be conscious of and take into consideration in terms of their planning. Another risk that I'd like to discuss is the risks posed by gender-based discrimination and violence. We've seen that whenever there have been elections, there has been increasingly women are disproportionately targeted, and I'll show you some data later. But women are disproportionately targeted and are the victims of threats, online hate speech, and this is having a negative effect on participation, on people presenting themselves as candidates, and in situations where election-related violence can be pervasive, women have disproportionately lost their lives or been the target of sexual attacks. Perhaps finally, just to look at one more sort of risk that increasingly, and I think it's relevant to a couple of countries in the SADC region, is just organizing elections in a context where violence is pervasive. And this might be for different reasons. In some contexts, you might have the presence of non-state armed groups that are fighting insurgencies, or you also have the presence of organized crime. And these are factors that unfortunately cannot be dealt with overnight. And in terms of electoral stakeholders, we need to be aware of some of these risks. There are many other risks. I won't go into them specifically at this moment. I just wanted to also reintroduce, for those maybe not familiar, the concept of the electoral cycle. Very quickly, this is a sort of conceptual tool that election practitioners use in terms of planning the overall electoral calendar and electoral activities. It's composed of 3 phases and 8 stages: the pre-electoral period, the voting period, and the post-voting period. with the 8 little different stages in between. This conceptual tool is just to show really that elections are not an event and that they're a process. And this is something just to keep in mind when looking at some of the election-specific risk factors, because they too can manifest themselves at different stages of the electoral cycle. So the electoral cycle has 8 phases, but I'm only going to look at the 7 phases just to introduce some of the different election-specific risk factors. The first phase is what we call the legal framework. So this is related to the development or the revision of all documentation. So that's the constitution, election laws or other laws that apply to political parties, for instance, gender quotas, for instance, and also regulations. The legal framework obviously also includes the electoral system. And this is something that can be a risk factor. Many sort of political scientists attribute, in fact, a lot of the first past the post system, winner takes all system, the high stakes of elections related to that electoral system as being one of the factors that is linked to cases of election-related violence. But you can also have sort of disputed legal frameworks or a lack of consensus between contesting parties or other stakeholders. And you can also have an inadequate legal framework, which is failing to adequately cover for all the eventualities and possibilities that could occur. And similarly, you could have risks related to a poor sort of framework or mechanism for the resolution of electoral disputes. The planning and implementation phase, we have several risk factors, election-specific risk factors related to that. You can have inadequate financing or budgeting for an election. Obviously, this is something that is a big challenge for election management bodies, not only in terms of having sufficient costs, but also having sufficient budget in a timely manner, which can actually contribute to reducing the overall cost of elections and reducing procurement costs and so on. You can also have different just inadequate planning, risks related to that. And these are all what I'd sort of lump also into a global category of what you could call electoral management body or EMB malfunctions. So this is really poor performance by the electoral management body for a wide variety of reasons. It could be a lack of capacity, it could be a lack of training, it could be a lack of human resources, and so on. Moving on to the training and education phase of the electoral cycle, you can have risks related to inadequate training of election officials. So, for instance, poll workers. And I think here is an interesting moment to point out that some of these risks that can occur earlier on in the process might only manifest themselves on election day or after election day when you're counting votes. So, for instance, if you haven't had good training for poll workers and they're unable to complete electoral results forms, that might be something that only manifests itself when tabulation is ongoing. So it's very important to try and look at how some of these risks can be addressed beforehand. Again, similarly, you can have risks relating to inadequate training for different stakeholders. This includes the media, state security sector agencies, civil society organizations and observers, and so on. And of course, the risks related, and this I think is a very important one as well, to inadequate civic and voter education and information. So when citizens are poorly informed about the electoral process, this obviously makes a fertile breeding ground for what we discussed earlier in terms of misinformation and disinformation. Moving on to risks related to the registration phase of the process. I think these are quite self-evident, but these are obviously, if you have a poor voter registration exercise that isn't inclusive or not long enough, you might have risks related to that. Similar to the registration of candidates and political party delegates and a registration of national and international observers. During the campaign phase of the election, you have a lot of risks related to the conduct of political parties and candidates, risks related to things like unequal media access, risks related to how social media or the media is being used by political actors or candidates or other influential persons. And also some of the risks related to unequal or inequitable access to political party funding. And then moving on to some of the election, what we call the voting operations and election day phase of the cycle. And this is obviously for an electoral management body, the most challenging phase and full of potential for problems with logistics, loss of materials, and again, you have to deal with the possibility of different malfunctions occurring throughout the day and during the counting and tallying phase of the process. And finally, during the verification of results phase of the electoral process, there are quite a few risks that are obviously related to the poor management of the results phase, again, related to electoral dispute resolution, and of course, the threat or the possibility of rejection of election results by political parties and candidates. And I think what's important also to say is when you look at all these sort of different risk factors, if and when they materialize in a worst case scenario, they can not only undermine the credibility of the entire electoral process, but they can also be a trigger for election-related violence. Which obviously, in addition to undermining the electoral process, has more long-term negative consequences in terms of democratic and human rights considerations, economic development considerations, and so on. So just to finally look at this in the framework, so we've looked at how different electoral risk factors that are specific to the election can intervene at any moment of the electoral cycle, and how elections are also taking place in a wider social context where there are different risk factors at play. And so each context will be different, but all these different risk factors affect each other. And during an electoral period, what you can see is some of those social structural factors can intensify and have an impact on the electoral process. And likewise, some of those risks related specifically to the electoral process can be amplified by some of those risks existing outside the wider social context. So I think in terms of how to deal with this, and we'll get more into this later because I have another presentation, but again, looking at the framework of risk, threat, and crisis, in terms of how you deal with each sort of challenge, in dealing with a risk, I think you have to try and prevent that risk from occurring. So that's really looking at the field of risk management. If that threat sort of escalates into, if that risk escalates into a threat, you need to try and withstand it somehow. And then we're looking at strategies for resilience building, either adapting or transforming. And finally, if we're looking at a crisis situation, how can an electoral process actually recover from a crisis and deal with that crisis? So this is, I think, what I'll be discussing later on, but for now, I will leave it there. Honorable Chair, thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matatu, for giving the committee the risk that are associated with the electoral process. Now let me invite Dr. Mutang to respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. And allow me to recognize you moderating proceedings of this meeting, and also to recognize the Secretary General of the forum, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and honorable members from across the sub-region. And of course, to further recognize my colleagues here who have spoken before me. Our keynote speaker, my sister Hilda, and of course, Mr. Nicholas Matatu has just spoken now. I don't think that I will respond per se, Chair, because my understanding of this session is that at the heart of it, it was really exploring or revealing to us the nature of risks that actually exist out there. And beginning from Hilda's presentation, specifically talking about risks that they've encountered as EMBs in the region, and of course how Parliament or partnerships through Parliament can mitigate against those risks. And of course, Mr. Matatu then went into detail in terms of the contextual or structural risks, those that are endemic, those that are rooted in our societies, those that are feeding on our culture, feeding on our political systems, and things like that. But also election-specific risks that he has shared with us. I agree with him that the organizing an election is a very complicated process, and looking at the number of risks that he has spelled out, if elections were business, I think it was one of those areas where there was the highest return, because they say the higher the risk, the higher the return. Because I think he has mentioned over 30 risks that are associated with running an election. But probably just to mention that some of the triggers of these risks as we see them from an academic perspective, we do what we call literature review. We want to understand what things have been for the past several decades in the area of elections, how things look like now, and how things are likely to be looking in the future. So we try to have that projection. So it makes me then ask the question to say, even those risks that we call or refer to as emerging, how emerging are they? How current are they? Were we not even aware of them at some point? Were we not even aware of them at some point, or did not even see them approaching? I'll put technology, for instance, any risk that is associated with the technology. You agree with me that technology, we always knew and we continue to know that technology is going to affect all our spheres of our lives, whether it's political, economic, social. It was always going to affect us, the way we do business, the way we conduct our lives on a daily basis. And definitely with so much interest in elections that we have, we are told that half of the population across the world is going to pause this year, which means that elections are very famous. We were aware that technology will bring advantages to elections, but it also brings some challenges to elections. And to what extent did we see the advancement of technology as early warning mechanism, or as early warning signs rather, that in as much as we reap the benefits of technology, we are likely going to also have to deal with the cases of disinformation or misinformation. It also depends on from which perspective you're looking at it. If you're looking at disinformation and misinformation, someone will tell you that this is exactly at the right of one's right to freedom of expression. And then the question is, how do we then balance between those contesting rights, one's freedom of expression to share ideas on the social media platform, to share information or to receive information on those platforms. We can even agree or disagree that the sharing of false information is wrong, but it is not criminal. It is actually protected by freedom of expression. But of course, we know the consequences of sharing that kind of information, and which is some of these, electoral risks that we are talking about in terms of disinformation. Let me add that you would think that in this advent of access to information, we as the citizens will have readily available information from EMBs. But I'll tell you that, over the years, citizens have continually found it difficult to take or to get information out of the hands of possession of EMBs. And you wonder why that is the case. We expect EMBs at this stage to be able to proactively share information that they have. The voters' roll. Why are we still fighting over the voters' roll when there's so much, advocacy around access to electoral information? Even the African Commission, I'm aware of it, has developed guidelines on access to electoral information, especially kept by public institutions which are involved in elections, such as EMBs. I'm just giving that as an example. The other point that I'll make before I get to the third and final one, Chair, is the issue of shrinking civic space. Why is the civic space shrinking? Why are we now talking about disenfranchisement of voters as opposed to enfranchisement of voters? Why is it our laws continue to find a reason to disenfranchise people as opposed to enfranchise them? And at the end of the day, we then talk about political risks that we are actually manufacturing ourselves because of exclusion, excluding people through legislation. So already you can see now the role of Parliament. I'm sure this is what we'll be talking about in the next session, the role of Parliament in ensuring that the legal framework, which my colleagues were talking about, as a risk factor. What is the role of Parliament to be able to ensure that the legal framework continues to be a living document, to be able to address current issues which are posing or which are triggering these risks that we are talking about? So shrinking civic space is because there's contestation on the ground. Government wants to control more space, but citizens also want more space to exercise their rights. And that contestation continues. And at the end of the day, government regulates with the law, and the law is made by Parliament. So you can see the link in all these things, and I hope that we'll find solutions to say what is the role of each institution to ensure that some of these risks that are there are actually self-manufactured and then can be completely eliminated if there is commitment to it. Finally, Chair, Ms. Matatu spoke about risks that are all over, that are structural, that are also specific to elections. And he made a statement that these risks are found across the sub-region. From an evidence perspective, evidence-based assessment of that situation is to ask the question to say, how much do we know of these risks? How much can we link these risks to a particular member states? Not necessarily to name and shame them, but that is not the reason, but so that we can target our advocacy, we can target our technical assistance if required by those member states. How much research do we have out there that tells us these are the risk factors that we find in Zimbabwe, in Zambia, in Madagascar, and so forth and so on, so that our advocacy, our intervention, even as a committee, will be targeted, and they are not generalized interventions, but they are speaking to a specific risks that are involved. I appreciate the intervention made earlier on by the honorable member from Zambia, who said, what are the issues that are there that are slowing the progress of this transformation, so that we can address those specifically? So it's along the same lines that I'm making this call to say, how much do we know? How much can we associate? How much can we link? To what extent can you link the risks that have been spoken about to specific member states for the purposes of assisting them to ensure that we all continue to move forward with an electoral system that continues to improve and continues to deal with risks as opposed to simply seeing the number of risks ballooning in our faces and undermine the integrity of our elections. I'll stop here for now, Chair, and probably allow others to join the discussion. Thank you very much. I submit accordingly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mutang. There are very interesting issues that we have come up in the discussion. In this discussion, let me open the floor for discussions. I can invite Secretary for the program, Mr. Prasha, to guide us in the process. Mr. Prasha, may you guide us in the process?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, responding to the call by the chairperson for any submissions in the deliberations, I see Honorable Labrose from Seychelles. I see Tanzania, Honorable Zedi. Any honorable member, I see Eswatini, Honorable Magagula. With your concurrence, Chair, maybe we can allow these three to respond, and then we also allow our resource persons to respond, and then we take the next round of questions. So in that order, Seychelles, Tanzania, and Eswatini. Honorable Labrose, you have the floor.
Thank you, Committee Secretary. First of all, I would like to say good afternoon, everybody. And before I proceed to my question, I'd just like to inform you all that later during the day today, we're going to see the launching of the SADC Youth Forum. So I hope every one of you has the link to follow this special event, especially to give our youth in the African continent the good support that they deserve. First of all, I will go to Mr. Nicholas Matutu presentation regarding all aspects of election that is portrayed, even the election process. He give a lot of talks that is very quite interesting. But my question is regarding election in Africa. So how all of this that I explained has to be incorporated in the African election? Because I can see there are still some African countries who are still getting challenges before election or after election, that we call post-election or past-election. So my question is, well, anyway, before I go further, I'm a novice in politics. I'm new in politics. I'm just doing my first term in office after being elected. So like I said, I'm still in learning process. So my question is, with all these good practices that you explain, with all this good effort that you're showing us, so why is some African countries still having problem challenging during election? So maybe my question will go directly like, what have we done, or what procedures that we have in place, or what mechanisms that we have in place to help these kind of countries that are sitting themselves sometimes after the election? We see violence that you mentioned. Most of them is ending with violence, but the violence is end up with innocent people who usually lost their life or get loss of anything. So my question directly, so how all these good mechanisms that you are portraying can help out the African countries, or if we have a procedures in place where the African countries themselves before, like my country, Seychelles, is going to be whole election next year. So what expertise that the countries can approach for them to have a free and fair, or even, or like we said, a different kind of atmosphere that people is going to encouraging to participate in election. Now I'm talking not only about the voters, but about the candidate themselves who are dreaming, like myself, a young man who want to join politics to make a difference in the life of the people. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We will wait to hear from Mr. Matatu and colleagues in terms of what needs to be done, what opportunities, what mechanisms are there. And this question, I imagine, applies specifically to the committee. What strategies should the committee adopt, particularly for the SADC region, to address exactly the issues that Honorable Labros are raising as concerns? Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha. I have listened carefully the presentations from the three presenters, and the presentations are good. But what I have observed is that almost all this presentation, when they speak about challenges or risky, is like they put it too general. What I would suggest that they should also consider some section of the population and what the exactly situation they are facing in terms of socioeconomic development and the like. For instance, it has been mentioned that nowadays most of the election commission,
ICT, please help with muting. You may go ahead, Honorable Zet.
Yes, most of the election commission, they do leverage the use of information technology and send their messages through WhatsApp or Instagram or whatever. But if you go specific, for instance, I'll give an example in my constituency in Tanzania, in Tabora region, whereby we still have a problem of a very low electricity penetration. In my constituency, is probably maybe we are in 50% of electricity penetration. And we have, say, around maybe 30% of the voter population who have smartphones. So in this case, the elections management cannot even pass the information through WhatsApp or through what, because the voters themselves, the large percentage of the voter, probably 60% of the voter, do not even have smartphones. And you can find exactly even this, they have the phones that are not smartphones, and even these phones, they have a problem of even charging the phone. There's no electricity in the rural areas, what and what. So the challenges or the risks that are faced by this group can be completely different with the challenge and the risk are faced by the voters who are living in towns, in centers where they have electricity, they have smartphones, they are knowledgeable and what and what. So the way the risky and challenges have been put by presenters is like a cut across. They don't consider the differences in society in terms of economic status, in terms of knowledge status, education status, and what and what. So what I would argue the presenters next time is that when they present, when they analyze the challenges and the potential risky, they should also consider these socioeconomic factors. It should not be too general. It should not be too general because we differ a lot. we differ a lot in society. So that is my challenge to the presenter, that the appreciation is good, but is in most cases too general. The factor they explain, the risk factor, the challenges, they have been put as a general cut for all, while in actual fact it's not like that. So that's my recommendation to the presenters next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zeti. The issue of what am I taking back to my constituents is the issue that is raising. And I think this is important because beyond learning about the concepts, we want to go into application. And that speaks to the most important part of these deliberations, the recommendations that the committee will come up with and the actionable strategies that we are going to be adopting. Honorable Magagula, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for the opportunity to make an intervention on the presentations up to this far, concerning in particular where, as parliamentarians, as legislators, we stand to make them resilient, the elections, to make them progressive, so to speak. I should agree entirely, support the last speaker, that in as much as we do appreciate what the presentation sought to impart, there seems to be, in my view, generalization of issues, of matters, whilst maybe let me say, not in a bad way, but due to lack of a better phrase or word, what a host of challenges and risk articulated in a theoretical manner. Can we not come down to Mother Earth and say specifically what are the challenges and what are the risks, evidence-based risks and challenges, and how do we overcome them as legislators? Because some of these issues that have been raised seem to be cutting across other agencies over whom we may not have the power to influence them. I'm not too sure. In short, Mr. Moderator, I was hoping we could find a way of going about the challenge of sending observers, observer missions, particularly that when the time comes for elections, we who are in office are dissolved and certainly cannot benefit from observation processes. so that we may influence. And I think that's what I thought would be the case, influence the law, because that's our role, really. It's to come up with motions, come out with suggestions, recommendations. And I think this meeting has that responsibility to address shortfalls that may have come out, that may have been noticed from the election processes. But as I say, we are constrained in terms of that we are dissolved. To that respect, or in that respect, can we be advised, those that happen to go to form part of observer missions, how are those findings, observations there acted upon such that at the end of the day, the elections are smooth? Well, from a legal perspective, because otherwise they have to be policed in terms of their being peaceful, there being no violence or acts of violence, or all those things that might disturb them. What can we come up with in terms of the presentations to ensure that the findings are acted and actioned upon to avoid a repeat, if not an escalation, of the problems? The other aspect, Mr. Presenter or Mr. Moderator, the question of funding observer missions. Any ideas, any strategies that we might come up with? For instance, seeking support from cooperating partners so that we can attend these, notwithstanding the fact that those of us who are in office can't be in a position to attend because we would be dissolved. But at the end of it, all, Mr. Moderator, it would be helpful that we address these challenges, these risks, based on what has been found. This is good theory that we have just been exposed to right now, I say, in good faith, but in bad faith, that let us be specific to issues because they differ from country to country. I would want to end there, but say thank you very much. This is massive information about the challenges and risk, kind of scaring. I hope there will be responses of how we might counteract these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Magagula. for the benefit of the meeting, Honorable Magagula is that member who aspires to inspire before he expires. So we appreciate your contribution. Honorable members, I was going to, before we hand over to our resource persons to respond, I was going to remind honorable members that we were very deliberate in the way we structured the 3 sessions we are going to have. The first session, as it says, was really to give a framework of analysis for members to understand electoral risk as a topic. And what members are yearning for, which is the practical things, is exactly what will be done through the 2 other sessions, where we start to now look at the comparative overview of the prevention and mitigatory strategies, and the crucial role of Parliament in electoral risk management in session 2. And lastly, key actionable strategies for building resilience into electoral processes and in the SADC region. One of the things that you will see, honorable members, is that because of your oversight role, you are going to also oversee people who are experts in these issues. And it is our responsibility as the Secretariat to expose you to this framework so that you are able to use them as tools for understanding the issues. And obviously, it must end in directing us into the practical issues. So I'm sure our resource persons are taking note of the clear interest of members in moving beyond being exposed to the frameworks to actually tackling the issues. With that, Chair, through your concurrence, maybe we can tackle these 3 questions, and then we'll allow a second round before we conclude the session. I submit, Chair. If the Chair agrees, we can then proceed to give our resource persons an opportunity to respond. There will be other questions that are quite specific, and also others that are comments. You can reference those and feel free to refer them back to us to deal with if you think there are issues that are internal to SADC PF. At this juncture, I wish to open up for Hilda, Mr. Matatu, Dr. Mtangi, in that order.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I would like to attempt to respond to the question from Seychelles on why countries are still having problems despite the experiences, despite the efforts. I think I would like to touch on the use and application of electoral instruments. My view is that if countries, if EMBs, if parliaments promote adherence to electoral instruments, we could be going a long way in terms of improving on our electoral processes. Honorable members, you are aware that we do have electoral instruments in place. We have the revised SADC principles on democratic elections. We have the revised principles on the PEMO, on the principles on election management monitoring. We have the African Charter on democracy and elections. If during and in the build-up to elections, EMBs, member states, and all other stakeholders adhere to these instruments, I am very definite, I'm very confident that we will move away from still having countries that have challenges. That will be my response to the issue on why countries are still having problems. Now, Tanzania, yes, I agree with you. Elections are contextual. There are economic issues, there are social issues. I guess the next session will be able to touch into that one. But also, while I'm still having the floor, Allow me to congratulate United Republic of Tanzania that they have renamed their electoral commission with effect from, I think it's April or May. The National Electoral Commission of Tanzania has now moved to be called the Independent National Electoral Commission of Tanzania, INEC. I guess it will be interesting to look at why they felt they needed to change the name, but I believe it's for a good reason. Eswatini, how do we follow up on findings? How do we follow up on recommendations? I think I'll just share from the ECF side to say we are in touch with electoral commissions throughout the year, whether there's an election, whether there's no election. From every election, the ECF will do what we call a post-election or follow-up mechanisms with the Electoral Commission to say we had submitted 10 recommendations during our observer mission. How far have we gone? And we make sure that we segment recommendations. What do I mean? There will be recommendations that will be very simple or administrative for electoral commissions to adopt without any hassle. This will relate to issues to do with training of poll staff, arrangements at polling stations, appointments of electoral recruitments, procurement, etc., etc. However, we do note that there are recommendations that have to do with the legal, where the law has to be changed, where there are reforms that have to be undertaken to make sure that those recommendations are taken on board. And I must confirm that whenever we deploy a mission, we will find that a commission is ahead in terms of adopting or implementing the administrative recommendations. And we realize that in most cases, commissions will be behind or countries will be behind in terms of the legal reforms, in terms of the law that has to be changed, in terms of amendments that have to be made. So there is that a big challenge. On observer missions, my last one, on observer mission, Honorable from Eswatini talked about funding of observer missions. I think it's very important for us from the ECF SADC to share that our view with SADC PF to say that observer missions are the most expensive activity in our plan of in our annual plans. When we talk of funding of observer missions, you have to consider a number of considerations. Your role as observer mission, does it still apply? Do you want to improve on it? You also want to look at the type of observer mission. Do you want to deploy short-term, long-term? Is it an expect mission or a goodwill mission? That is still money. You also want to look at logistical issues that we talked about earlier. How do we cater for them? We look at issues of sustainability. Whatever we do this time, when we deploy missions to country X, Y, Z, are we going to be able to do the same to the rest of the countries? Issues of sustainability. We also look at heading of missions, who is going to head. We look at the reports. We also have to consider what is going to be our follow-up. How are we going to relate to other observer missions? So it's a whole lot of issues that if we fundraise, cooperative partners will look for a demonstration of these factors. And I must confirm that the funding for electoral observations is also going down. We are trying from this end. There's a lot of competition. You will see that all organizations want to do election observation. There's a lot of competition. You'd find that SADC ECF, SADC PF will be looking at the same partner to fund an observer mission. A SADC mission will come in, Commonwealth will come in, African Union will come in. So there's a lot of of factors that we have to consider when we talk about observations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hilda. Nicholas?
Yes, thank you very much for these excellent questions. Let me try and address them as best I can. In terms of the question from the honorable member from Seychelles, what I would say is that over the past 30 years or so, electoral management bodies and other stakeholders organizing elections have taken very much an ad hoc approach to dealing with some of these risks. For example, to deal with election-related violence, some electoral management bodies maybe have collaborated with partners in civil society to set up reporting and monitoring mechanisms. Another example is EMBs that have introduced a new technology might set up a sort of task force to monitor the implementation or the introduction of a specific new technology. So very much ad hoc things, but it's increasingly, it has become apparent to a lot of actors that it's beginning to resemble firefighting, and the flames are getting much, much bigger. And that there's therefore a need to take a more holistic approach to addressing electoral risks. And I would say that even once electoral sort of risk frameworks are in place, there's other challenges that will add themselves onto that. Perhaps just as a very good example I would like to give, it's not from the SADC region, but it's from Kenya in 2017 election, which you will all remember was annulled by the Supreme Court. Prior to that election, about 9 months prior, the Electoral Commission had been replaced and new commissioners were put in place. And these commissioners had a very tough challenge in terms of getting to grip with everything the Electoral Commission was doing in a very short space of time. And so prior to that election, they have a unit responsible for identifying risks. And they had pretty much identified all the different risks which ended up materializing. So as is the case with all these sort of exercises that deal in prevention, sometimes you can identify the risks and provide recommendations, but maybe for whatever reason, the decision makers do not have enough information or are unable to prevent that risk from occurring. So this points to some of the different challenges in terms of dealing with a more proactive approach to addressing some of these risks. But on the contrary, also all the successes that you see often go very unreported. To move on to the next question from the honorable member from Tanzania, I think your point is very valid in terms of looking at some of the different specific factors and how they address or how they touch upon different individuals. And so I think what is important in adopting sort of an approach to looking at these risks is if you are trying to understand these risks and analyze these risks to understand the dynamics, that will inherently, I think, give you very good situational awareness. So, for example, the electoral management body in Tanzania should know, and they should be able to map very clearly specific areas in your constituency that have no electricity or no access to media or some of these other challenges. And they should, with that situational awareness, be able to adapt to how they're reaching people. So it might be to mobilize people for voter registration. So what I'm talking about is it's important for those organizing elections really to develop that full situational awareness that you are talking about and understand the different preoccupations of different segments of the population. And that can also extend to minorities, linguistic minorities, religious minorities, etc., rural, urban. All voters have a different profile, or regions are differently. So risk management is really about trying to get a good situational awareness. And to touch on to some of the similar comment about generalization from the honorable member from Eswatini, I think what you said was very relevant in that every context is different. So one could undertake a very detailed study of electoral risk factors in Eswatini, and it would look very different to, for example, the risk factors in some of the upcoming elections in the SADC region, like South Africa or Mozambique or Botswana. So again, I think it's necessary to, as you said, conduct further research and broaden the evidence base for these different risks. But I think, and that evidence base exists again to different degrees in different contexts. But I think a lot of what you will find is very common to most of the EMBs, not only in the SADC region, but around the world, with the caveat that every context has its own specificities. And then just to add on to the point about election observation missions, and this is something where personally as an electoral expert, I have a bit of frustration with, is the fact that there is very little follow-up between elections on recommendations that different observer groups have submitted to the government of whichever election they observed. I think this is something that the entire sort of electoral stakeholder community needs to come together on, to try and set up mechanisms to see whether specific implementations have been adopted. If they were not adopted, why not? Perhaps the country decided to take another route for another reason. But also just to evaluate also the progress in terms of implementation of specific recommendations. Too often what happens is elections happen, observer reports are submitted and final reports presented, and the next sort of interaction between observer missions and that specific country is sort of 4.5 years down the line when planning a new election observation mission. So it'd be interesting if some sort of midterm mechanism could be established to monitor the implementation of observer recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, for the response. May I invite Dr. Mtanki to also take the last bite as we conclude this round?
Thank you, Secretary. I've checked the device. I hope you're still hearing me.
We can hear you clearly.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, honorable members, for these questions. And the very first one, why we continue to struggle with electoral problems on the continent. And I think my colleagues have given really moving answers for that. When you look at from again a literature review where we look at what's happening across not only in the sub-region in the SADC, but across the continent, you'll see that yes, there are different nuances to the reasons why there are certain problems in specific countries, and I think there are research that has already been done, but that needs to to continue to be updated to show these things. But as academics, we look at it. You forgive the language here, Chair, and we look at it from a very neutral perspective and say that could it be true that what is referred to as democratic backsliding is actually a fact, as opposed to be a myth? There's this idea that what you have seen across the continent, across the world is that in as much as there are some democratic achievements that are being made, But if you compare those two regression in adhering to democratic principles, it appears that probably you are moving backwards instead of moving forward. But in other words, I'm simply saying, you know, as a key actors, honorable members are here who represent the national parliaments and the national people, it's also time to introspect and look at these things specifically, contextually, to say what is actually happening in your own context. Can we say that the countries are moving forward in terms of adherence? We are aware of these democratic principles. We know elections are good for democracy, but we continue to do them or to convene them and manage them in a way that is not consistent with the democratic principle that we know. How much of the commitment is there out there? But of course, when you see a gathering like this and talking about this specific topic like this one, in a meeting of this magnitude, you can see that there is political will, there is political consciousness that we need to make those sacrifices that have to be made to ensure that elections continue to improve and the voice of the people continues to be heard through these elections. But at the end of the day, who suffers most is the people who go out to vote, the people who go out to choose their leaders who represent them at the national level or at a sub-regional level like this. They are the ones who continue to suffer as a result of those risks if they do happen. So I hope I've given an answer to this, but probably it's more of a call to action to say all of us need to put our hands on the deck and ensure that we come up with proposals at the end of this meeting that may deal with some of these issues. Honorable member from Tanzania, I completely agree with you, and I think I made also that point. Not to say that the presentations were not showing this. I thought it was deliberate by the nature of the session itself. To say, I read the question to say, to what extent do we know the apologies here, something doing. To what extent do we know the specific risks and associate them with a particular country? Of course, I was even generalizing at that level to say, how do you link specific risks to specific countries? You need to zero into, disaggregate that further into populations. Are they rural? Are they urban? Are they, particular population? Are they women? Are they youths? All those nuances have to be done, but probably not in this kind of meeting. But I think also that information exists out there. Probably there will be an opportunity to put it together and package it for the benefit of members, probably at some point or in a different meeting. Context is very important, and I think that when you go back to your respective constituents, as the Secretary has said, you always want to say, so what are the risks that we have discussed that pertain to my constituents? Looking at the demographics in my constituency and the specific challenges that pertain to those communities. And the point made by Mr. Matatu to say EMBs in those specific countries should be able to have that kind of information. They can draw it from the development plans from government or development surveys done by government and be able to map and ensure that the interventions that are made are speaking to the particular challenges that specific communities are facing as far as these risks are concerned. And finally, honorable member from Eswatini, the question for me, I think is to come up with a tangible way forward when recommendations have been put on the table. Yes, we can talk about them as recommendations, but these are the recommendations that will shape policy formulation and policy implementation, even in the area of electoral reform. So if there are recommendations that have come up from a SADC observation mission, for instance, do we sit down as a committee or do we sit down to consider those recommendations and come up with an action plan for their implementation? This happens at different levels. Even at national level, if an EMB submits a report to Parliament with some recommendations in there, as Parliament gets to a point where it actually develops an action plan to ensure that those recommendations are implemented. So my call is to say, let's be deliberate about this. If we want to see change, we must be deliberate in sitting down, picking up action, identifying actors and time frames, and follow through to ensure that some of these recommendations can be implemented, thereby bringing the change that we need in the area of elections. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll stop here and wait for further interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. With your concurrence, we can take one last round so that we conclude this session and go for lunch. So I saw in this session, I saw Zimbabwe. Who else wished to take the floor?
Program manager, my answer was, my question was answered in the process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see Malawi. It looks like it's Malawi, and then we respond and wrap up the session. Honorable Maland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have really enjoyed the presentations. I've got, they are very rich in information. But I have one question which I would like to ask, because I'm seeing that elections are becoming more, becoming money pits because of the way they are being conducted. They're becoming more and more expensive because of the reason that most of our voters now are being turned into commercial voters. Why am I calling them commercial voters? Because most of the elections, which is happening now, voters are more interested in getting or voting into power those torch bearers who are giving out handouts. So that makes democracy to fall back, because people are not voting to the reason that they are voting correct people they want into power, but because they are just being enticed by money. Therefore, instead of going forward with our democracy, we are going backwards with our democracy. So I want to find out what would be the best approach to make countries benefits from these general elections to the next general election, as to compare to what are the gains or economical gains after having a new torch bearers from the previous ones. Because what we are seeing is democracy is not propelling us forward as we want to be, rather than going backwards. If you look at the years we have been into democracy and what we have achieved, as compared to those which were not in democracy, what they achieved and the period they stayed in power, you find that we are not doing much to make our countries be in a better economic state. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mwalwanda, for that question. Where we're seeing countries being a prize to be won in elections, and the vote goes to the highest bidder. In other words, the role of money in politics, and an interesting term, commercialization of voters. I wish to invite our resource persons to make a response. Hilda, do you have anything to add on this one?
Let me come after Nicholas and Doctor.
Thank you. Nicholas?
Yes, thank you. I think it's a very interesting point, and I think part of what the honorable member is saying, I suspect, or at least I speculate, is linked to what we are seeing worldwide, which is a declining voter turnout, declining voter participation in elections, because a lot of people, especially younger people, are maybe disillusioned with politics, and they're not seeing the dividend of how participating in an electoral process is improving their life. So I think trying to foster that link where it is possible is important, and a part of that is looking at different strategies that can provide more interest for people to participate. I think a lot more civic and voter education needs to go on, because there needs to be an even greater appreciation of the role citizens can play in addressing all sorts of issues, and all these different issues, including the role of money in politics, which I think in itself contributes to the way campaigns are conducted, the way political parties conduct themselves. And some of those issues clearly are risks that are problematic to the electoral process. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Dr. Mtangi?
Thank you for the question, honorable member from Malawi. And for me, I look at it from let me look at it from a voter's perspective. And I'm not talking about a voter who is of much means, because we know the majority of our voters are not of much means. The majority of our voters are wallowing in poverty. They are trying to make ends meet. Though the majority of your voters, whether they are urban voters or they are rural voters, if you want to make that distinction. And over the years, probably they have seen that you are likely to be more, or have access to materials of life if you are in politics as a candidate or as a representative. They associate that kind of lifestyle with, politicians. It can be speculative. I don't know whether it's a matter of fact. So at the end of the day, that person who comes to a community and say, I'm going to give you a bar of soap and a packet of sugar, the voter is basically selling off their vote to access a livelihood. That's basically what they are doing. They are, like I'm saying, they are wallowing in poverty already. They are struggling with that, and they see an opportunity here to say, what is the value of my vote other than me accessing this bar of soap and a packet of sugar? Because that is their situation. So probably what we need to do is to go to the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is that to what extent our policies bringing out our people from poverty, so that they vote from a position of power, from a position of empowerment, to say, I'm not voting based on my stomach, but I'm voting on a more general perspective to say, I'm looking for a representative who is able to drive this economy to ensure that everybody have got access to material, aspects of life, as opposed to, just, voting and supporting a particular candidate, not for the longer term, but for that brief advantage or benefit, which is, basically to have a meal overnight. So for me, it's really structural. It's structural. We have to deal with the issues of the economy. What are the, what is democracy doing in terms of uplifting of people from poverty? What are the economic dividends that our people are getting from, participating from an election, from a new government that comes in and so forth? Do they have tangible benefits? The moment they see those tangible benefits, you'll see more and more people going to polling, because they know if we put these government in place, these are the tangible material things that we'll get from the process. Democracy to them is not tangible until there's an economic benefit that they draw from a government that has been put in place. So for me, let's deal with the fundamentals at the base, at the foundation. The economy must do well. The economy must continue to improve. The more we have people in poverty, the more likely money will determine the outcome of every election. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mtangi. I remember in one election when the issue of vote buying arose, we were confronted by voters and they asked, what is your problem? When our politicians stay away after we have voted for them for 5 years, we don't raise issues. When we see them once in 5 years and they bring us goods, you have a problem with that. Are you for us or you are against us? So you raise the fundamental issue of addressing the structural and the root causes. I could also maybe in contributing to wrapping up the discussion through the chair, highlight to the honorable members that the opportunity we have in terms of making a difference is the model law that we have developed, which one is based on the election cycle approach, which Nicholas spoke to when he made the presentation, and is comprehensive provisions that speak to the various issues we're dealing with. The challenge is always about implementation. We were in Lesotho as this committee in 2021, I think, where we engaged, Parliament engaged with different electoral stakeholders. We identified no less than 21 provisions of the model law that needed to be incorporated into the law, what was referred to as the Omnibus Bill, Honorable Mshush. That bill went on to be adopted by Parliament, although it was later invalidated when it was challenged in the courts. As long as we have a gap between the normative frameworks and the legislative framework, it means that our electoral commissions can only implement what is in the law. Sometimes Parliament is so slow that even in areas where everyone agrees, there's consensus to say we need to change the law. Nothing happens unless Parliament changes the law. I remember in 2015 in Tanzania when we had elections, either the Constitution or the Electoral Act made a provision that whatever result is announced by the Electoral Commission is the final result, which cannot be challenged. Although everyone had consensus that practice had moved further away from that practice, because that was what was in the law. There's nothing that electoral commissions or any electoral stakeholder can do. So a bigger chunk of addressing the challenges we face lie with Parliament at national level. And this is where SADC-PF at regional level becomes very important in terms of engaging with parliaments to take action. There's a very interesting dimension that Honorable Magagula raises, where the nature of politics and the practice is such that the incumbent have to dissolve when we are going to elections. Maybe when the new ones come, they've lost track of the commitments that would have been made through the model laws and through the recommendations by observers. We need to think of a way of bridging that gap between what is coming from observers and the fact that we have new parliamentarians that would have been ushered in, and see how we engage with national parliaments to facilitate the domestication of the model law and election. At this juncture, Chair, I think we can wrap up this session, break for lunch for 1 hour, and resume after that. I submit for your consideration, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kurasha. I think we can break for lunch and be back on in 1 hour. We'll be back on 14:49. It's 11 to 3.
All right, thank you very much, Chair. As we break for lunch, may I appeal to honorable members to still come back so that we conclude. We have one of the most important statutory responsibilities that this committee as an organ of the forum must perform, which is the election of the office bearers for the next 2 years. We would wish to not have struggles that are related to issues of quorum, and therefore would want to appeal to honorable members, even those that may have other engagements, as we have seen in the messages, to still make time and be available so that we proceed smoothly. Have a good lunch. Enjoy your lunch, whether you are having it physically or virtually. ICT, you can help us with a notice that we resume at 14:49.
Muito bem, até lá.
But the boy was not comfortable yet, so she kissed him again, but then she started
Good afternoon, honorable members and honorable participants on those and all participants. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair.
In the interest of time, may the Secretariat give some announce some adjustments to the program and allow us to move. Mr. Kurasha,
thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, SG colleagues from the Secretariat and National Parliaments, our distinguished resource persons, members of the Technical Working Group, and representatives of the SADC Youth Forum. We also wish to acknowledge citizens that are following proceedings online through the various platforms that are live streaming. Chair, indeed, we had consultations, and in view of making sure that we are on time, we have resolved with the concurrence of our main resource persons to combine session 2 and session 3. For the benefit of members, session 2 is on strengthening Parliament's role in preventing and mitigating electoral risks, specifically comparative overview of prevention and mitigation strategies and the crucial role of parliaments in electoral risk management. And session 3, which is on building greater resilience into electoral systems in Southern Africa, focusing specifically on key actionable strategies for building resilience into electoral processes in the SADC region. And the resource person is able to make a presentation of the two in more or less the same scheduled time. I submit, Chair.
Give him how many minutes?
40 minutes should suffice.
Okay. So may I call upon Mr. Nicholas Matut to come in? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hope everyone had a good lunch, virtual lunch. Yeah, as has just been indicated, I will try to combine my presentations so that is everyone able to see my screen?
It is visible, Nicholas.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so to combine those presentations, so one of them really focusing on prevention and mitigation strategies, the other one looking at resilience building, and then discussing the role of parliaments in terms of building greater resilience into the electoral process in the SADC region. So as I said, I will look at risk management, I will look at resilience building, and I will share some strategies that other electoral management bodies and other electoral stakeholders are implementing, not just in the SADC region, but around the world. And then looking carefully at what parliaments can do. And in this, I'm hoping for your guidance, because you know your roles a lot better than I do. So I think we ended the previous session where we were just looking at these different strategies to address electoral integrity challenges and looking at how risk management can help prevent risks from occurring. Resilience building can help processes withstand the threats, and crisis management can help also institutions and processes recover from a crisis situation. So when looking at safeguards, I think we can identify sort of 3 different types of safeguards. And by what I mean by safeguards is measures that can be implemented or put in place, mechanisms as well, that can assist in preventing some of those risks from occurring or building greater resilience in electoral processes. So there are management safeguards, institutional safeguards, and legal safeguards. And I think for the purposes of this interaction today, it will be very interesting for us, number one, just to look at some management safeguards, because they have origins in legal requirements, and then also to look a bit more closely at some legal safeguards. So in terms of what different bodies do in terms of preventing risks from materializing, risk management is really one of the primary strategies. Now, risk management refers to the practice of identifying potential risks in advance and analyzing them and taking precautionary steps to either reduce the impact of that risk if it does materialize, or to eliminate that risk altogether. So just very briefly, just to touch on the background of risk management, it's really a practice that, as a formal area of practice that originated in the 1950s, 1960s. It was very commonly used by the insurance industry. You can understand what was interesting to them to be able to try and anticipate or measure risk associated with underwriting insurance policies. In the 70s and 80s, as we had moved into a more globalized era of transnational capital flows and an era of financial globalization, risk management became something priority for the financial sector. Big companies and different and other financial services providers had an interest in understanding risk management and applying risk management to try and mitigate potential ups and downs in the market, usually downs. We've also seen risk management spill into the areas of disaster management and other such areas. But more recently, I think we've seen risk management become increasingly common in bureaucratic organizations, so public administration, international organizations, and other large bureaucracies. And I think that's inherently due to the fact that all these big public administrations are dealing with very complex issues and complex tasks. And why it has been something that has been of interest to electoral management bodies. So today, if we look at the African continent, I think the two contexts where risk management is most applied or has a longer track record on the continent is actually probably South Africa and Kenya. And the introduction of risk management contexts was linked primarily to legislative requirements, legislative and regulatory requirements. So in Kenya, you'll recall after the post-2008 crisis, they had a new constitution, and under the new constitution and a lot of the new laws that came with the promulgation of that constitution, public institutions were required to institute risk management. In South Africa, similarly, the requirement came even earlier. It was around 1998, and that was actually a treasury requirement. Now, just to distinguish between management and risk management, management is really the organization and coordination of activities in order to achieve an objective. Risk management, as I said before, is really to do with the identification, analysis, assessment of risks in order to try and reduce or eliminate their impact. So if you can think of management as a straight line, getting from point A to point B being your objective, management is the coordination of all the activities involved in getting to that point. So risk management is really a sort of parallel management process where you're trying to identify potential risks that may occur and may negatively impact your ability to reach your destination, and to try and put in place measures that will get you there in the end. And if not, then we escalate into dealing with threats and crises. So in terms of risk management processes, very briefly, a lot of them differ, but they'll all have these 4 common elements: risk identification, assessment and analysis, communication, and treatment. Now, in terms of risk identification...
Sorry, Nicholas.
Yes?
We have a hand from Mozambique, and I presume it might be to do with the translation, interpretation. Sure. So we need to allow the member to raise the issue. Honorable Agostinho, good afternoon. You have your hand up?
Sim, boa tarde, boa tarde. É mesmo por causa da comunicação.
Yes. ICT?
Sim. Perdi a tradução.
Obrigado. ICT, can we attend to the issue of interpretation, please? Sure. Thank you very much, Chief. Ronaldo?
Sorting it out.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that, Chair. Just for a moment. ICT, are we winning?
We are. Just 5 more minutes, please.
Oh, okay. Honorable Zed, I saw your hand through the chair. Do you wish to raise a different issue?
No, it was quiet. I wanted to see if we are continuing or what.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're resolving a translation issue with...
Agora estou a acompanhar. Agora está melhor, estou a ouvir.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Bonito. Proceed, Nicholas.
Thank you very much. and apologies for the interruption, and I hope you'll be able to catch up. So as I was saying, most risk management processes share these four common elements: the risk identification, assessment and analysis, risk communication, and risk treatment. In terms of risk identification, this is typically an exercise that obviously each institution or organization wishing to implement a risk management framework will undertake on its own and with its relevant partners, but from obviously its point of view to identify the relevant risks. So in different countries, different electoral management bodies will identify those risks and put them in a risk register. If for the SADC case, I think the risks identified or discussed by Hilda earlier today were quite pertinent in terms of some of the main risks that we have, including misinformation and disinformation, risks related to new technologies, lack of trust in the process, and so on. A risk assessment and analysis is obviously very important because this is the main area where risk management work is undertaken. What it involves is data collection, either from existing sources or through research, desk research or surveys, to collect data about a risk. This will allow you to see whether a risk is increasing or decreasing over time. Risk communication obviously relates to what do you do with that analysis. Who do you share that information with, both internally and then externally? And finally, treatment is obviously actions that you would undertake to prevent or reduce a risk. So just in terms of what some electoral management bodies are doing in terms of assessment and analysis of risk, they are using these risk matrices that are very color-coded, that, as you can see, measure the impact or that try to measure specific risks. So for every individual risk, they will be trying to understand what is the likelihood of that risk occurring and what the impact would be of that risk occurring. Where the impact would be great and where the likelihood is great, they obviously consider those higher risks. And then as that reduces, they will classify into medium risk, low risk, very low risk, and so on and so forth. This is important because they will typically have settings established beforehand to try and identify when a risk has escalated beyond a certain point, and that will trigger a certain action. So again, this all depends on what the appetite for each risk holder or organization that's implementing this framework will have. Some organizations might have a higher appetite for risk and they might not intervene unless a risk elevates to a certain point at a very high scale. Others will take a different threshold, or it might depend on the type of risk. So for instance, if an electoral management body is worried about the safety and security of election officials that they deploy for voter registration, for example, given the potential harm to human life, the election management body might have a very low appetite for risk in that case. And they would take provisions as soon as the threat level escalates beyond a certain point. So these are some of the tools that election management bodies are using in their risk management processes. I think the picture varies around the world in terms of to what degree different electoral management bodies are applying this and in what comprehensive way. In terms of a maturity scale, it really ranges from the initial to full integration of risk management in electoral management bodies' practices. So I would say that to summarize this, I would say typically what we have seen in this area is that electoral management bodies typically over one electoral cycle mature one step. So they go from an initial phase of not having established policies and bringing something in to having certain policies and procedures, but they might not be universally applied, or there might be an inconsistent understanding of the risk management framework, to a more defined level, and finally a fully integrated level. And so typically this has been taking place over a couple of different electoral cycles. And I think what's important to bring this back to our discussion is that these risk management frameworks allow electoral management bodies to take really a more holistic approach at analyzing risk in a systematic way. It doesn't guarantee that they'll capture every risk or that they'll capture the severity of every risk. Some risks may be missed, but it is a really a sort of tool of management that can really improve the preparedness of our electoral processes to deal with specific risks. And in terms of building organizational resilience, now we all know that resilience is really the ability of an organization to absorb or adapt to changing circumstances to deliver its objective. So in the framework of elections or electoral resilience building, we can define it as the process of strengthening electoral processes and institutions to withstand challenges that they may encounter. So that's if risks do materialize, while preserving continuity. So what we are hoping to see by building resilience is that elections continue to be delivered despite the presence of threats. Take the form, many forms. But really, again, we have sort of three general approaches: resist, adapt, and transform. So to resist is really to absorb the stress or the shock. So for example, if a campaign is characterized by hate speech or threats, an EMB or other stakeholders might not necessarily want to cancel an election or anything like that, but the election must continue. And so that's the sort of threat that you would resist. In terms of adapting, this is really being flexible when a new circumstance arises. So, for example, we saw many of our EMBs being very adaptable and flexible during the COVID pandemic. And then transformation is really a complete change in how you organize a certain process or activity, because the risk might not disappear, it will not go away. And so EMBs are adopting new approaches. So I think an example of this could be, again, to bring the Kenya example, following the 2007-8 elections, when basically it was decided that a brand new electoral management body was needed to deal with the risk of an underperforming electoral administration. And that was a complete transformation. Other sort of transformations include the way we are dealing with cyber threats. So just to give you a couple of concrete examples of what I'm talking about, in terms of these different approaches or responses, rather. If the first example would be if there's violence, for example, at a polling station threatening voters and poll workers and so on. An example of the resist approach would be for the electoral management body and security sector agencies to just continue to implement their security plan, make sure that adequate personnel is everywhere. Adopting a new a flexible approach and adapting would be really to try and, for example, increase the number of security agents or decrease the number of polling stations or extend voting over a period of time, or doing something to make sure that those voting areas are secure. And in terms of transformation, then you might look at different processes that have been done, and the Indian example that is currently underway is a great one. The reason that they're voting by phases is primarily a security consideration, and they did this to be able to provide maximum security around the country in phases because it's impossible to provide all that security on the same day. Another example would be if you had floods threatening to destroy polling materials, for example, or accessing polling stations. So again, resisting would be an example, would be working with civil authorities and other and government authorities on the ground to ensure that these materials are protected. If you're adapting, maybe it would be changing the polling locations. And if you're really transforming, it might be because these floods are a permanent or a recurring problem, then you might look into changing polling locations. So those are just three examples of that. And inherent in that is really the necessity to develop contingencies to ensure business continuity or continuity of operations. And so these contingency plans are very common, increasingly common to respond to cyber incidents, but less so in terms of recovering from disasters or protecting infrastructure. And this really involves different scenarios and developing procedures for how to deal with those scenarios. The reason this is important is because this can really prevent a threat from escalating into a crisis through being unprepared for certain actions, through incoherent communications once something does occur. If all these things are planned in advance, it really is helping electoral management bodies deal with some of these issues. I think what we're also seeing increasingly, and we alluded to this in our discussions before lunch, is the fact that the complexity of risks in this day and age is making it almost impossible for any one actor to mitigate or prevent these risks from occurring on their own. And it really takes a multi-stakeholder approach to dealing with some of these things. Perhaps I can just give an example with the upcoming South African elections we have in about 2 weeks. And this is dealing with the threat of misinformation and disinformation, where the electoral management body, IEC, has been very concerned about the threats posed by this risk. It's one of their top challenges, and they've really tried to work with all different actors in terms of addressing this risk. So we might see some of this play out as we're looking through the media campaigns. But what they've done is establish partnerships with key actors in terms of working with civil society organizations to monitor the conduct of media and social media, in terms of establishing platforms for citizens and voters to engage and report incidents of hate speech. Also in terms of establishing direct lines of communication and memorandums of understanding with social media companies such as Meta and X and Google, to be able to address false information and remove it where it is demonstrably false and inaccurate. They've also entered into partnerships with a whole variety of different service providers, and this is what is necessary in this day and age in terms of working on elections. This can include cell phone operators, for instance, for internet provision on election day, and also other vendors such as those who are packaging electoral materials and so on, electricity providers and so on. And of course, that relationship with political parties as the main stakeholders, as competitors, political parties and candidates in elections, working to try and diffuse some of those electoral risks through multi-party dialogues or liaison committees. So it's really taking a multi-sector approach and trying to prevent risks from materializing with the recognition that no one actor can do it alone. So in terms of types of actions to build electoral resilience, what we've seen is, and again, these are a combination of management initiatives, institutional initiatives, and legal initiatives. What we've seen to address some of the political risks that have been effective around the world is number one, in terms of addressing political risks, is the presence or establishment of codes of conduct. In some instances, they're voluntary. In others, they're legally enforceable. And again, I think the legally enforceable codes of conduct bear more teeth. In other contexts, for example, in West Africa and a lot of Francophone countries, we see a lot of inter-party dialogues prior to the revision of the election law or reforms of the election law. And these sort of operate in parallel to what is happening in Parliament, but it's really intended to be platforms to foster consensus, not on the details, but on the major issues or the major contentious issues. And in many cases, this has even been in favor of opposition actors, because if it had been an exclusive parliamentary vote, given the size of majority, opposition would have had less say on some of those major issues. Again, these consultative forums between political parties and electoral management bodies are essential. And again, I would echo what the previous speaker said as well about the importance of electoral management bodies also having consultations with parliaments, especially prior to legal reforms. And then, of course, reviewing the legal framework, legal and regulatory framework, to make sure it is appropriate and applicable to review in line with the different risks that have been identified. So in terms of some of the security risks that different actors try and address, one example of a critical type of mechanism that has proved valuable is the establishment of interagency sort of platforms. So I can cite, for example, the case of Nigeria, which has some very serious security threats around elections. They have established what they call the ICCES, the Interconsultative Committee on Electoral Security, that brings together, it's chaired by the electoral management body, but it brings together representatives of the 16 different security sector agencies in the country, and they are reviewing and sharing information on electoral risks, specifically security risks around the country, and trying to update that also through their own internal communication platforms to exchange that information in more or less real time. So they're monitoring those risks and sharing information in real time to try and develop situational awareness. In terms of addressing some of those technical risks, I mean, these are really related to electoral administration and the management of the process. Again, what we've seen is the implementation of risk management frameworks by a lot of electoral management bodies increasingly, and also the use of a very detailed planning, contingency plans to ensure continuity. So these are some of the best practices that we have seen. And finally, in terms of information, preventing risks related to information, the information technology environment. What we've seen good practice in a lot of countries, and I alluded to it, is the multi-stakeholder approach to combating misinformation. And also what some countries are doing is very detailed cybersecurity audits, where the Electoral Commission is sharing or providing an independent evaluator the opportunity to audit critical IT systems, such as those used for counting or transmission of election results, also those safeguarding the integrity of the voter register, and so on. So we see a very multidimensional approach with a lot of actions in very different spheres looking to try and address these different challenges. So when looking at what role parliaments can play in terms of building resilience in electoral processes, I mean, I think this is obviously through the different functions that parliaments can play. So in terms of legislative functions, I think parliaments are obviously the driving force and the leaders behind the establishment of election laws and legal framework. And so typically, if we refer back to the electoral cycle, we usually have a review of lessons learned, an evaluation of the previous election in the post-election phase before entering that legal framework phase, so restarting the cycle. In many ways, I think in some cases, the timings of reforms and reviews of the legal framework for elections is left a little bit too late or too close to election time in some contexts. And that does not lead to sufficient time for the full implementation or the full rollout of new processes and mechanisms. So I think one thing would be definitely trying to advance the timing for the review of electoral reforms and reviews of electoral laws prior to a next election. I think another important factor is really looking at a multi-sector approach, multi-actor approach to reviewing the legal framework. Of course, this is a process that is led and driven by parliaments, but that does not exclude the possibility of consultations with other actors, specifically electoral management bodies, with a close look at some thorough reviews of timelines in terms of risks. Let me provide one example where one country was faced with a challenge that was a completely unnecessary challenge due to a natural hazard event where the period between the close of nominations, candidate nominations, and election day was defined by a certain number of days, which typically allowed for sufficient time for the printing of ballots, but it was a very tight time frame. And due to a cyclone, they lost 2 of those, I believe it was 7 days, which made it a serious challenge to print all the ballots and deliver them around the country in time. So looking at some of these small, sometimes they seem insignificant, but really analyzing different timelines outlined in the legal framework and adding certain margins can provide election administrators with a little bit of leeway where it might be necessary to avoid certain issues. Again, also looking at legal requirements for EMBs to maintain good practices in developing mitigation and contingency strategies. Again, this is looking at the legislative function that I referred to earlier, for instance, in Kenya, where this was a legal requirement for all, not just election management bodies, but all government ministries, independent commissions, to develop risk management processes, what they call whole of enterprise risk management processes. So I think in terms of the role for parliaments, it's quite clear in terms of your role for legislators. Likewise, in terms of the role of a forum such as SADC Parliamentary Forum that is working on model laws and guidelines, I think this is an entry point to look at these different issues to build resilience in the process. So again, I don't know if your model law also accepts reforms, but looking or accompanying with notes different possible things that can be added. And even if it's not integrated into laws, there can be sort of guidelines for the institutionalization of certain practices to prevent the occurrence of risks. And obviously also through the oversight function, again, I'm sure election management bodies present annual reports or come and respond to questions in Parliament. So it's, I think through the oversight function, this provides an opportunity to ask a lot of questions about EMBs and how they are dealing with these sort of things. Are their budgets integrating contingency plans and so on? And of course, parliaments can also do some of their own research and capacity development on issues of risk management and look at some of the different things that are being done by peer institutions in terms of looking at oversight over the electoral process, and as was discussed earlier, that can also be done through things like electoral observation missions. So with that, I think I've used most of the time allocated to me, Mr. Chair. So I submit. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, for a very insightful presentation, and in particular, coming back home in terms of what honorable members raised earlier on. We want the practical things that we are taking home from here. What exactly are we going to be looking at and prioritizing? With the concurrence of the chair, we would open for comments and questions from the honorable members. Honorable Chair, because we also have citizens that are attending, we also may need to consider giving them an opportunity to be admitted into the gallery, the virtual gallery, and make any submissions they may have, not just as a token, but as a strong demonstration of this committee, which is dealing with democratization, governance, and human rights, that they engage and take citizen input seriously. In this regard, I propose that we start with honorable members who have comments and questions. Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha. We may go ahead and give the chances to honorable members, then to the participants.
Thank you very much, Chair. I stand guided. I appreciate. Honorable members, there you have it. We have had to combine our two sessions just for practical reasons, so that we are on time. We are opening up now so that we go into deliberations straight on. Any takers? For the record, honorable members, through the chair, in Victoria, in Seychelles, it's to 6 now. That's why we had to combine the two sessions so that we accommodate those who are in different parts of the region in terms of time zones. I don't seem to see any hands, Chair. If honorable members have no comments, I presume it says, I think the presentation was clear enough, in particular addressing the practical recommendations on what parliaments should do. In this regard, we may proceed to invite the citizens with your concurrence, Chair.
Can I be a citizen?
Yes, yes, Madam SG. Indeed, you are a SADC citizen first and foremost. You have the floor. Madam SG.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry about that. No. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Thank you. Let me, at this point, really appreciate all the presentations that have come to this committee. They're quite relevant, and I appreciate the targeted manner in which they were reflecting the role of our committee's, areas for reforms, if you like, or areas for us to plan better in terms of anytime we think of, for instance, we think of elections. Do we have a risk management lens? So to tap from the last discussions that was tabled by Nicholas. And honorable members, what comes to mind for us at the SADC PF in this instance is, do we, besides the outcome of elections, do we also follow the shifts geopolitically that are occasioned by elections? Do we even at the SADC Parliamentary Forum ever think of the fact that our configuration can also, regionalism, for instance, can be affected by the outcome of any elections? And I think it's quite important for us to actually have that lens and be able to say, what is the mitigation? Is democracy still the best mitigation? I'm just speaking out of my turn, but I think there are a lot of principles that you've been discussing today. Constitutionalism, the rule of law, issues of human rights also becoming something that we must weave into our resolutions without necessarily being too pointed to any country. But we met recently with some of the regional parliaments, and we realized that looking in the north of our region, our continent, and looking elsewhere, that election risk management framework from a governance perspective will be very, very important for a committee like this one. So as a citizen, I would like for the risk management framework to also include the protective measures for citizens as we cede our votes to yourselves to take decisions on our behalf. What is the mitigation that should be anticipated? And I'm saying this because, you know, when governments change, there's a lot of anticipation. And when we vote members of parliament into office, we believe that the public financial management framework will be intact, just so to speak to your role in terms of budgeting. We also hope that the representation role will take into account our aspirations, be they in the Africa Agenda 2063 or the Sustainable Development Goals. And the list goes also. Your oversight, taking oath after you know, such an election, which we believe will give us hope, must also show us where we are going in relation to some of the aspirations that we may hold. Young people, majority of them, the demographic dividend that we all of us are leaning on to be able to vote for us, what is in store for us, you know, in the realm of democracy. Some have argued that democracy definition is not what we all think. It is about food on the table. It's about employment and many other issues that we'd like to look at. So thank you, Honorable Chair. I was speaking from the gallery. I hope I'm not out of order. Thank you.
On behalf of the chair, the SG, you are not out of order. You speak well like a citizen of the region. And I'm sure Honorable Chair concurs with the powers that he has given me. Another opportunity we have from the gallery, we have a representative of the SADC Youth Forum. Young people today stand at the crossroads in terms of both it's a bittersweet setting where in one breath, when you have a young population, you have potential for demographic dividend. But if there is no sufficient mechanism for engagement and participation of young people, that also has its own risks. Sometimes that go beyond the elections. We're talking about the electoral risks today. Maybe we one day will also broaden to talk about political risks. So may I invite a representative of the SADC Youth Forum to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, for inviting us to make these submissions on behalf of the SADC Youth Forum, SIOF, and appreciating the access to this platform, which is my entry point in terms of young people, the access to platform, decision-making platforms such as this one. And the invitation, we have a number of young people that attended throughout today from the SADC Youth Parliament and young people from different countries following through. We appreciate, which become also the first recommendation for more spaces for young people to be able to participate, to learn, but also to take knowledge to their communities, because they are the present leaders and is part of forming the future leaders. And as far as electoral participation is concerned, the participation of young people, both in electoral processes and in governance process, remains a key pillar in terms of the development of the region, apart that they formulate large percentage in terms of the regional population. If the young people are given the spaces, here I'm talking of spaces in terms of the policy, that the member states, if they are clear on how they develop and they include the young people as not only political leaders, but with the different roles, but also spaces in terms of electoral participation, spaces not only in terms of voting, but also voted as candidates. We've seen other countries coming with quota systems, but others supporting also financially in terms of mechanism for young people to complement. Our role is not to challenge the elders, but our role is to complement the work that the elders are doing in the SADC region, taking the notes from that. And apart from that, another recommendation is about the aspect of skills development. I was happy during these submissions when Mr. Kurasha mentioned about experience from Germany about the academy. And I would want to see such mechanism benefiting mostly the young people, whether it is SADC Youth Academy, benefiting the young people in terms not only of information about SADC, not about only how the role they play, but strengthening them as leaders to be able to lead from a community point of view, a regional point of view, to an international point of view, and using the Pan-African approach lens to develop our SADC member states. I also want to emphasize on the roles of observation of elections and the peace and security. If young people can be incorporated in observing elections, not only like what I mentioned in terms of being candidates or voters, also in election observations, we have witnessed a low number of young people, because that's where they can learn in terms of, that's where also they can be motivated, seeing different, but also in terms of peace and security. And as agents of peace, usually during times of elections, are manipulated. Usually during the time of elections, they are agents for violence. So if they become part of the peace architecture in terms of the region, and they can be peace ambassadors, not only during the times of election. As I move towards conclusions on the recommendations, I need to mention the points on technologies, the use of social media. Young people can be ambassadors in terms of capacitating also other members in terms of use of social media, either during elections or in governance processes, developing softwares. We've got currently the artificial intelligence. Young people can work with the different structures within SADC to give these capacities, but at themselves innovating for development, be it in elections. We talked also about the aspect of using the voter cards, the issue using technology in registration. Young people are ready to complement the region in terms of working for such a developmental politics. But we cannot do this without also strengthening young people in terms of livelihoods. We support strongly the last words said by the excellent Secretary General when she talked about livelihoods, the aspect of factor of production, land, labor, and capital, which are pillars in terms of supporting young people in terms of participation. As much as we participate in governance processes and young people strengthened to become strong leaders, which will not be manipulated for corruption, because they are also owning resources. support youth for political offices. I also talked about the spaces that can be opened for young people to participate. Spaces like these ones, they are very key. Also exchanges with other young people from different countries. I would like to make my submission. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godo. Is the regional coordinator for the SADC Youth Forum. And I think you make a very eloquent and compelling case in terms of the involvement of young people in the governance processes, not just as recipients, but also as active providers of solutions in some of the instances through partnerships, including also capacitating members of parliament in certain aspects of utilization of social media and digital tools for effective representation, for championing for democracy. Thank you very much. We appreciate the input, and I'm sure the committee duly notes the submission. Maybe we can allow one more submission before we allow Dr. Mtangi, and then we hand over to the chair. Any further submission? Is that Dr. Zampara from Institute of Justice and Reconciliation?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yeah, sure, you are.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorables. Good afternoon, participants. It has been a very interesting day for me to participate from Cape Town, and I've learned a lot throughout the day. And one thing that comes into mind, perhaps as a citizen, is from me as when we are at the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation, we also do research. We host Afrobarometer Southern Africa. And one of the things that have been emerging from our research is that there is a high demand for democracy from the citizens, but the supply side of it from politicians is low, threateningly low, that we see across the continent, people celebrating coups. And this meeting today is one such meeting that has brought this back to mind. And I would like to submit perhaps that much as we know, we talk of risks, democracy itself is a risk. It is only that it's a good risk. It's a risk that says you can be voted into power, but when you are there, you can also be booted out of power. So it's a risk to participate in it, but it's a good risk. Now, when we have electoral management bodies, and all of them, they talk of we have conflict management mechanisms or etc. I want to propose that conflict management is after something would have happened. Can they invest through parliaments in trust building measures that would help to counter the risks that are associated with elections? So if we invest in trust building mechanisms and exercises, we are actually taking a preventive measure such that when participants get into elections, they trust not only the process, but also trust the outcome and trust the democratic dispensation that will come out of it. Because democracy is actually about trust. So if we invest in trust, I think we will take a step higher in dealing with some risks. The other important thing that perhaps I would want to touch on is that elections are a very important aspect of democracy, but election does not mean democracy. An election is not equal to democracy. So how can our election processes outlive just the election day, but become part and parcel of the whole democratic dispensation towards the next election cycle? I say this because we have elections here in South Africa in 2 weeks, but we haven't been hearing much happening at the Independent Electoral Commission in the past 5 years, even though many things would have been happening. Can our election management bodies be more visible in between elections, such that the election season does not become just the election day that has been proclamated, but becomes part and parcel of our democracy, because to the extent that if the election process is living through the democratic process, it does not become an issue of an event, but a whole dispensation. Then lastly, perhaps I want to just ask our parliaments, after the last speaker representing the youth, I do not know of many countries that have got strict quota systems for youth representation. Perhaps we need parliamentary reforms that would guarantee youth inclusion, not only participation, but inclusion. I say this because when we look at the 27 million voters that are registered in South Africa, only 5 million are below the age of 30. Yet, when you look at the demographics of the country, it's the other way around. Could there be a parliamentary process, perhaps parliamentary reforms, because this is the best place that I can propose it, that would ensure youth inclusion within this process, not just a question of a small quota. We see that with women, it has been 30%, but we don't see that being achieved by many parliaments across Southern Africa. Could we then have strict reforms that would ensure this inclusion? Can I stop there? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zambara. Very insightful submissions, and I'm sure honorable members will look at this. You give a contemporary example of South Africa of 27 versus 5 million. Often when the question of apathy is looked at, everyone points at the Electoral Commission that you have not done enough. But the truth of the matter is that a good number of the issues that need to be addressed and would make young people come into mainstream political participation fall way beyond the mandate of electoral commissions. And Nicholas talked about a multi-actor approach in addressing these issues. And obviously the role of Parliament must come to the fore. Thank you very much for that submission. I now invite Dr. Mtangi to wrap up, and then we can hand over to the chairperson for the next process.
Thank you, Mr. Kurasha, and for the rest of the participants. The meaning of my name, Mutangi, means the first one, and I'm here being asked to speak last. Just the irony of it. But probably is just to just share a few words. I think most of the things have been said, and thanks, Nicholas, for for a very informative presentation on risk management, building resilience, and so on and so on. The safeguards that you spoke about. I wish we had more time. We would have had more from you, and of course, interveners who came in to share specific strategies that need to be adopted. For me, listening to the conversation going on in this way, and also looking at the role of parliaments. Of course, we look at parliaments now. You're already looking at the two levels. You're looking at national parliaments, and you are also looking at the forum that we want to transform into a legislative body. And you look at its role. And let me strike controversy and say that you must also take into account the inherent conflict that exists in Parliament having to reform the electoral process. One way or the other, Parliament is a beneficiary of a legitimate election or a flawed election. Because either way, you end up with members, constituting that body. Whether the election would have been rigged or would not have lived up to the legislative and other expectations. But at the end of the day, a government has to be constituted, and that includes that parliament must be also properly constituted. And that corruption which had happened at the national level, if you like, will be transformed to a regional body. So if you had a contested election, contested on merits, not just speculations about I should have won and so forth and so on, contested on merits, you carry the same thing. Our representative carries the same burden and the same baggage to a regional, to a sub-regional body. And as voters, we follow through the whole process. Here is someone who was not properly elected, and they have gone to a regional body, and what do you expect of them? Probably that when you see indifference, lack of interest in some cases by the younger voters, and trying to convince them to come to the party and so forth and so on. So it is imperative then, therefore, that parliaments have to be conscious of this inherent conflict of interest. I want to put it that way. There's a conflict of interest in a way. To require an institution to reform a process that establishes it or that constitutes it in that sense. Probably that's when you see that the level of effort could be different in terms of commitment to some of the changes, in terms of ensuring that some reforms are done on time. I heard a comment about legal reforms from Nicholas, and I completely agree with him when he says some of the important legal reforms are left too late. And the law is generally that if there's a cutoff time, or once an election has been proclaimed, any changes to the law, to electoral law, will not be applicable to that particular election. The idea is to ensure that voters, candidates are given enough time to prepare for an election using the framework they understand, rather than 3 days or a week before election there's a new law that comes in. So it's important that we commit ourselves as parliamentarians to ensure that those responsible for that legal reform, I know in many cases it's the executive that comes up with the legislative agenda of the year for that parliament, but it's also within your powers as members of parliament to ensure that all those conversations and adoption of those laws are done ahead of time to ensure that that law is applicable in the next or the election that is coming, so that we continue to reform the plane where these elections are taking place. So I don't envy your role as MPs in this regard, for the reason that I've given you, that there's need to deal with that conflict, if you like. But I have no doubt that many of us will be able to ensure that the conflict is addressed, but it's taken care of, especially because of my second point, which is to say, where is the prominence of voters in this conversation? Where is the prominence of voters? I was listening to Nicholas was talking about the multi-actor approach to prevention of risk, and I was expecting to see voters in a big letter and in bold to show their input in that process. Of course, they were put together with CSOs, under partnership, CSOs and other act media and so forth and so on. Who is the ultimate beneficiary of this process? It is the voter. There is no risk that you can talk of which does not involve the voter. There's no risk. Misinformation, disinformation, technology, climate change is the voter who fails to go to vote and so forth and so on. The voter is in the middle of everything and anything. But I don't think that even the laws themselves in the region, they give that prominence and empowerment to the voter, even to make certain decisions that pertain to electoral reform. The voters are the biggest beneficiary of the process. Even if you talk about EMBs communicating the risk, risk information, the communication is so poor, and the communication doesn't have to go to political parties, because probably we think political parties are the voters. They are not. These are political organizations, and we think that they represent the people. They don't, to some extent, because
how do you then explain independent candidature? How do you explain the electorate which is represented by independent candidates if you address political parties? So our target population, our target recipients of our interventions, and in my view, are the voters. Of course, they can come in different forms and so forth. So in some cases, they're also represented, but they should be prominent in terms of the legal reforms that you want to come up with, in terms of the timing of reforms that you are discussing here, and in terms of the decision-making that we're talking about. Mr. Gondo was talking about access to spaces where decisions are made by the youth, for instance. Are they able to access that? If they don't see that access, then that explains probably not so much participation or any faith that they do have in elections. So in passing, I want to, as I close, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this particular meeting, important meeting. But as we could have been hearing from the morning, I was talking from a voter's perspective, or from a citizen's perspective as well. And we can only hope that the resolutions that are going to be adopted in this particular meeting are resolutions that ultimately reform the elections on the continent, but with the voter, with the ultimate beneficiary of the process in mind. Thank you very much, Ms. Kurashin. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, SG and members.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mtanki, the Secretary for the Technical Working Group for Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights. Chair, this seems to conclude the deliberations on the theme. I wish to hand over back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I start by thanking Secretary General and the honorable members and all participants online. It really has been a pleasure to receive your contributions. Normally, it's interesting when we come up to the end of the session or the proceeding and are about to end. I hope the discussions will continue outside this meeting. Let me right away ask the returning officer to take over. I thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So we are handing over to the returning officer for the elections, who is Mr. Joseph Mans, the Director for Parliamentary Business and Programs. Over to you, Mr. Mans.
Thank you so much, the committee secretary, and also through the chairperson of the DGHR committee, who perhaps, if we proceed with the process that I am going to take you through, the chairperson will shortly be the outgoing chairperson for the committee. My name, as indicated by Mr. Kurasha, is Joseph Manzi. I am the Director of Programs and the Parliamentary Business in the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Honorable Chair, I will facilitate the election process of the committee. We have prepared a secretariat the procedural guide for this process. I will be sharing the procedural guide. Though I know, Chair, that it was circulated to members, I think, prior to the meeting, but for purposes of this exercise, I will go through the procedural guide. But before I do so, Honorable Chair, you will recall that the committee secretary, before we had broke for lunch, he indicated and appealing to the honorable members to come back after lunch to the effect that he made a mention that we are going to have an election, and the issue of quorum is very, very, very crucial, critical for this exercise. I am aware that in the morning, the issue of the quorum was announced and the quorum was present. That's why we proceeded with the proceedings. But it may happen that in the course of the meeting, some members may have dropped off. So for purposes of that, before I read out the procedure for election of the chair and vice chair, I will do a quick roll call just to ascertain the quorum. You may be aware, Honorable Chair, that the quorum required is simple majority. In this case, we require not less than 8 members to be present for us to proceed with the elections. So I will be conducting a roll call for purposes of establishing whether we have at least members not less than 8, so that we can proceed with the election process. Angola, do we have Angola?
So present.
Thank you. Angola is present. Botswana, do we have Botswana in the meeting?
Is an apology.
Oh, I think that's one of the countries that sent apology, so we don't have Botswana. DRC, also there's an apology, we don't have a member.
Botswana is present.
DRC?
Botswana is present.
Botswana?
Yeah.
Oh, so take note, the committee secretary, that I think in the morning it was registered that Botswana they tendered an apology, but now we have Botswana in the meeting.
May we confirm if it's the substantive member or we are talking about staff?
Okay.
Yes. Can we have the cameras on and confirm that? Thank you, Kurash.
Welcome, Mr.
May the honorable member please switch on the camera so that we see. Because we need substantive members from.
Are you the substantive member for the committee?
I am the member of parliament for Botswana, the representative for the Committee of Democratization and Human Rights.
I'm not seeing, I'm seeing somebody else. Karabo Matonkoman.
Yes.
Yes, Paulina, kindly check credentials across the letters that came from parliaments. Thank you. But we'll proceed to the other countries.
For now, we'll paint the confirmation of Botswana in present. We'll paint while we're checking our records. I was saying that DRC, according to our records, we have not yet received the nomination from DRC. So DRC is not in the meeting.
No,
is Eswatini still in the meeting?
Present, please.
Thank you. Lesotho?
The vice chair wrote in the chat box that he was seeking to be excused. If that has changed, maybe he can indicate.
Honorable member from Botswana, in case you are back now.
Lesotho.
Oh, Lesotho, sorry. My apologies. It appears the member is not. Madagascar, do we have Madagascar?
Madagascar indicated earlier that he was
Madagascar is not here. Honorable Tsiliv has already said this morning that she can't state it yet.
So Madagascar,
thank you.
Madagascar is not. Malawi?
I'm present.
Malawi is present. Mauritius? Mauritius? Mauritius is not. Mozambique?
Oui, bonjour, on est là.
That's
Moçambique,
Mozambique.
estou presente.
Estamos presentes.
Thank you.
Bonjour.
Mozambique is present. Namibia?
Yes.
Namibia? Namibia is not. Seychelles?
Present.
Seychelles is present. South Africa? The member from South Africa left. He was around in the morning.
Yeah, he indicated that he was going
the chat
to
box.
meeting
Okay.
regarding campaigns. He sent a message in the chat box.
So South Africa is not. Tanzania?
Present. I'm here.
Tanzania is present. Zambia?
Very much present, Secretariat. Zambia is available.
Thank you. Zimbabwe, I think that's the chair.
Available, sir.
Thank you. Any indication from colleagues about Botswana? Just to authenticate or to verify the member who is in the meeting. Whether he's a proxy or a substantive member for the committee. Paulina, are you there?
Agnes, can you please support Paulina?
Let's cross-check the member who is in the meeting now, according to our list.
Good afternoon, Nancy.
Yes, Paulina.
Yes, Botswana did not communicate.
Did not communicate in terms of
a proxy.
The proxy. So the one who is in here is a proxy, it's not a substantive member.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Manzi, what is the number? What is the, do we have a quorum?
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that we don't dwell on Botswana?
Yes. Let me count those present. 1 Angola, 2 Eswatini, 3 Malawi, 4 Mozambique, 5 Seychelles, 6 Tanzania, 7 Zambia, 8 Zimbabwe.
May we kindly proceed as we are corrected.
So now we have the quorum according to what I announced. Honorable Chair, I'll take you through the procedural guide that I have shared the screen on. The introduction, Chair, is about the status of the current leadership of the committee, that the chairperson and the vice chairperson for your committee and the regional women's caucus were elected in 2022 May, and now you have served for a period of 2 years, meaning that now your term is coming to an end. Therefore, you need to retire according to the rules and the constitution by rotation. In this regard, the Secretariat, we have prepared this procedural guide to make sure that the proceeding that we're having should be properly guided. The election of the chair and the vice chairperson, but also to indicate the member parliaments that are eligible for election for those 2 positions. So the procedure for the elections is as follows. We are being guided by rule number 39 of the rules of procedure, which states as follows, that 1, each committee shall elect the chairperson and the vice chairperson. 2, that the chairperson of the standing committee shall preside over all meetings of the committee. In his or her absence, the vice chairperson shall assume those duties, and in the absence of the vice chairperson, a member designated by the committee shall preside over the committee on an interim basis. The rotation principle, that's bullet number 3. Article 15, Section 3 of the SADC-PF Constitution provides for the principle for rotation in the election of the chairperson and vice chairperson of a standing committee. And it states as follows, and I quote, Members of the standing committee holding the position of the chairperson or vice chairperson shall retire by rotation, meaning that a member parliament with members serving in the position of the chairperson or vice chairperson of a standing committee shall not be eligible for re-election of the position in the immediate subsequent term. For the RWPC, Article 16(2) of the PF Constitution states, and I also quote, that the chairperson and the vice chairperson of the RWPC shall be elected from amongst the chairpersons of the National Women's Parliamentary Caucus on a rotational basis. The same principle is also buttressed in Rule 19.3 of the Rules of Procedure. Furthermore, Rule 43(2)(f) and G of the Rules of Procedure, which govern the position of the PF president and vice president, is applicable to the standing committees and the RWPC by practice. Consequently, a national parliament that has previously held the position of the committee chairperson cannot be re-elected to the position until the rotation cycle is completed. Chairperson position for a standing committee is ineligible for election to that position until the rotation cycle is completed. Bullet 4.0 is about the gender principle. Rule 38(5) of the Rules of Procedure, they provide for gender balance in the election of the chairperson and vice chairperson of the standing committee as follows, and I quote, "As far as it is practically possible, gender considerations shall be taken into account when deciding chairpersonship of the committees. Where the chairperson of a committee is a woman, the vice chairperson shall be a man, and vice versa." Honorable members, in terms of the procedure for the nomination, voting, and declaration of the results, process is as follows. Number one, the returning officer, who is myself, who invites nominations for each of the two positions. And each nomination shall be seconded. Each nominee may be given up to 3 minutes to present their manifesto before the election. It is also important there, honorable member, that the member once nominated, it is important, the 3 minutes we're talking about is part of the acceptance of the nomination. So you'll be required to accept the nomination. If only one candidate is received, the candidate shall be declared duly elected. Number three, in the event of multiple candidates, elections will be conducted through a secret ballot, and each member will be eligible for one vote. The rest of the voting procedures will be explained. On this point, honorable members, since we are meeting virtually, the voting process in this case will be done electronically. So when time comes for when we have more than one candidate, that members will be required to take a vote, I will be requesting colleagues from the ICT to explain or to guide the members in terms of how you will be voting electronically. That's on this bullet. Number four, to ensure gender balance. If the chairperson of the committee is a woman, the vice chairperson shall be, I think this was already explained, and vice versa. Upon the announcement of the duly elected vice chairperson, he or she will have the opportunity also to deliver his or her acceptance speech. The elected chairperson will assume the chair and deliver the closing remarks and officially declare the meeting closed. That's a procedure. What I'm now scrolling down there is about the schedule of how member parliaments have held the chairpersonship or vice chairpersonship in the past. So I'll go straight to the DGHR committee just to see. Here we are. So since 1999 up to all the way up to where we are now, 2022 up to 2024, I'm sure the members, you have studied this schedule at your free time. In terms of eligibility and ineligibility of the member parliaments on this election today, for the chairpersonship, the countries that are eligible to contest are DRC, Madagascar, and Malawi. For the vice chairperson, the countries that are eligible is DRC, Madagascar, Mauritius, Malawi, Seychelles, and Tanzania. Do we have any questions, observations, members, on the procedure that I've just read out before I ask for nominations from the members? I see none. May therefore now ask for nomination for the position of the chairperson.
Zimbabwe is the end up.
Zimbabwe, the outgoing chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Is that Zambia?
Chairman.
Yes, is that Zambia?
This is Zambia. Allow me, with permission from honorable members, to nominate the honorable member from Malawi for the position of chairperson.
Okay, so Zambia is nominating the candidature of the honorable member from Malawi.
I second.
Oh, so the nomination is also duly seconded by Zimbabwe? Fine, so Zambia nominates Malawi, and the nomination is being seconded by Zimbabwe. The honorable member from Malawi, can we hear from you? Do you accept the nomination, and perhaps what is your 3 minutes speech that you want to tell the members as a way of...
Thank you very much. I really accept the nomination. First and foremost, my name is Honorable Leonard Marwanda from Malawi. My highest qualification is master's in finance as well as general business administration. I have been in politics for quite some time, and I really appreciate being in the SADC PF.
So I think there's some interjections. Is it from Angola or
no? It's actually mics that need to be muted.
Yeah,
but Angola has a hand up.
Yes, I can see Angola has a hand. Perhaps Zimbabwe, you have not dropped your hand, Zimbabwe?
Did we call for further nominations?
No, the candidate is still holding the floor. Honorable Marwanda is still holding the floor. So are you done, Honorable Marwanda?
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Eu
peço desculpas, devia ter entrado há mais tempo, mas por razões técnicas não entrei. É que, de facto, não se coloca aqui a questão de apoiar ou deixar de apoiar. O Malawi é o único elegível, porque
Okay, Mr. Manzi, while Honorable Sebastian is coming back, I think the intervention there is that after the first nomination of Angola, we should have checked if there are any other further nominations. That being the case, we would have known if we were actually having the sole candidate of Malawi or not. I believe that is what Angola, and therefore, if that is the case, Malawi remains unopposed. And I think the honorable member is wondering if we can be mindful.
Oh, thanks so much, SG, for that. Perhaps we can now jump into asking whether we have further nominations after Malawi has been nominated. Do we have any further nominations? I'm seeing any hands. So perhaps this means that we only have one nomination. So in line with the bullet number 5, Roman numeral number 2 of our rules for the election, I now have the honor to declare Honorable Marwanda from Malawi as duly elected chairperson of the DGHR committee. I thank you so much and congratulations, Honorable Member, for the elections. We may have a hand of applause, even though I think we are on cameras, but I think it is always an honor to do that. Thank you so much. That being the case, honorable members, perhaps now we can go to the aspect of the election of the vice chair.
Mr. Manzi, I'm so sorry. Kindly allow the chair to express his appreciation for the nomination. Then we proceed. The issue of the vice chair, I thought was.
Okay, thank you, SG, because I was thinking that he will do that in the end as he will be closing the meeting. Well, that's, I think but anyway, you can do.
It's okay, it's in order. If you've thought, yeah, it's okay, let's proceed.
That's what I thought, that he would do that. So we will reserve your acceptance speech, Honorable Marwanda, as you will be taking the chair. You do the acceptance speech and then you close the meeting at that point.
Hey, Mota, thank you.
So perhaps we would jump on to the election of the vice chair. In this case, we jump.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes. Honorable member from Zambia.
I would want to ask, where do we have, because like the rules say, if the chairman is male, the deputy must be female. Now, I don't know which country, which qualify at the moment to deputize and where we have a female member.
Yeah, I think, Honorable Member, you have actually gone ahead of what the returning officer wanted to say. Because as we are going now to the election of the vice chair, the rule is, I wanted to repeat that now, since the chair we have elected is a male, in terms of bullet number 5.0, then 4, it says, to ensure gender balance, if the chairperson of a committee is a woman, the vice chair shall be a man, and vice versa. So in this case, we have a chair who is a man. It means the vice chair ought to be a woman. Now, looking at the records that I was given and from the office as the returning officer, the honorable member from Zambia seems to be right in his observation that the remaining eligible countries or member parliaments that are remaining, in this case, Madagascar, Mauritius, Seychelles and Tanzania, all of them are males. So in that case, according to the precedents that we have been having in the institution and in the forum, we seem to have had a precedence that in that case, the election for the vice chair would not proceed up until proper consultation are done and the eligible countries that are remaining, they submit female members of parliament. That's the guidance that I have had, and perhaps we need to proceed that way because the forum is an institution that follows strictly about gender principle and gender policy. So since all the countries that are remaining now, there is no woman, perhaps the election of the vice chair has to pend for now until further notice. Unless SG have anything else to wish to say? In view of
None at all, Mr. Manzi. Just as you've indicated that the elections for the vice chairperson have been deferred until we have been able to resolve this issue. Mr. Kurasha, I think, okay, the table is already before us and therefore has already done the tallying that shows that we must defer the elections. He may wish to give more light to the members in this regard.
Mr. Kurasha, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, SG. Maybe the only light I would give is referring members to a precedent. I think it was the 2020 to 2022 tenure when we had a similar situation. And the committee resolved that whichever of the members that are eligible would produce a woman representative, they would automatically become the vice, so that you do not necessarily have to wait until you have to go through elections. But if the countries produce the women representatives at once, then we can subject the process to elections. I submit, Chair.
Thank you so much, Kurasha, for the additional information. I hope, honorable members, the guidance that has been provided is very clear. Unless there is any, I can see a hand from Seychelles. You have a floor. Seychelles.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Well, regarding this, what is happening here, I don't think as a group of that we are promoting democracy, good governance. I know the procedure, yes. I know the guidelines, yes. The guidelines said it's about gender balance. That is true. But in case, if ever we have all men or all women who has been elected on the committee, so my question is how the committee is going to work, how the committee is going to vote. That means the committee will stick without a proper election that we just done for the chairman, or this thing, I think it's something that we need to talk about in our next meeting physically, if we can see. Because I don't have a problem with gender balance, but my problem here is a very example, like in my case, Seychelles is eligible, Mauritius is eligible in case there has been suffered because regarding the gender balance. But I don't think this is in the world that we are talking these days, that we are promoting. I don't think it's fair. It can cause some, I don't know how to call this, some things that is not going to be normal. I think this kind of procedure need to go back on the table again to see. I know that we are promoting gender balance. I'm very good supporting of this, But with this kind of situation, I don't think it's good or it's right, especially now, because if ever we don't ever get a woman on board, or even in the case that we don't get a man on board, so you know what I'm talking about. That is just an observation from Seychelles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable member from Seychelles. The observation is noted. Perhaps,
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, okay. Perhaps let's deal with this issue first, honorable member from Zambia. I'll come back to you. I also see there is a hand from Angola. Perhaps SG would want to say something else in view of the observations made by Seychelles.
Just to say, Honorable Chair, there's no chair. Honorable
returning officer.
Returning officer. Just to indicate that this really is a persuasive value that the forum holds very dear, that there must be gender balance. There is no way we are going to have a committee run without the second layer of leadership. And I would like, because we want to be rule-based, I would like to confirm with honorable members that when you look at Rule 38, subsection 5, it does appear to permit that we can have 2 men and 2 women where there's no women. But we're using the precedence where the executive committee pleaded last time. And let me use the position of the treasurer, where we had a situation where it's very clear that this must be held by a member from the opposition. We cannot say because parliaments are only nominating members from the ruling party that we are going to insist that it must be everybody from the ruling party. Let's endeavor, honorable members, where possible, where practically possible, and where we can request the countries that are eligible to nominate a female or to give us a female. Let us try that and see where we go. This is really the basis of our appeal to the committee. We are not yet going to have the next meeting. We will not have the next meeting without the leadership of the committee. I know that it's not a pleasant scenario. However, we are trying to be fair across the board to make sure that at least there's gender representation. We don't have to regulate it strictly, but in this case, it is the plea before the committee.
Thank you so much, Madam SG. Angola?
I have a suggestion.
Before we go to Zambia, or Zambia, but Angola?
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. No rigor das coisas, do regulamento, me parece que não estamos em condições de eleger o vice-presidente, pelas razões que foram já aqui apontadas. Então eu estava a sugerir que deixássemos o cargo de vice-presidente em branco e antes da 55ª sessão, a comissão poderia reunir presencialmente e elegeríamos então a vice-presidente da comissão. Essa era a nossa proposta. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Angola. Again, your suggestions is being noted, duly noted. I'm not sure whether SG would also want just to make a reflection on that.
I believe the committee has acceded to our requests and given us guidance. What remains is for us to follow through with those countries that are eligible and ensure that we can interest them for the position, if at all, and where they are willing to have women. And maybe the members of the committee are willing to demonstrate, to give to give credence to the issue of gender balance, to say I will move for a woman or I'll swap with a woman, so that we were able to have a committee that is balanced and reflects, the diversity in our nations and committees. Thank you.
Thank you so much, SG. Honorable members, as I did mention from the beginning,
I have a recommendation. I'm still on standby.
Oh, Zambia, then
I've
Tanzania.
raised the hand.
Zambia, then Tanzania. Okay, fine. Zambia.
Yeah.
Mozambique had a hand up as well, Mr. Manzi.
Thank you.
Mozambique.
Oh, Mozambique. Okay. I didn't see.
Yeah. Thank you very much,
Muito obrigado. Apenas queria secundar a ideia que foi trazida pelo Angola.
Sorry,
Concordo plenamente com a ideia.
Sorry, Mozambique. Sorry, Mozambique.
Posicionamento a indicar.
Sorry, Mozambique. I'll come back to you immediately after Zambia. It will be you. I didn't see your hand. Then Tanzania will be the last one. So let Zambia finish. Then I'll go to Mozambique. Then Tanzania. Zambia, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, through our SG and the chairperson. While we appreciate our constitutional provisions to ensure that we balance the issue of gender, the Secretariat also must take note that we as members of DG, from inception, we have lived by that idea of respecting our guidelines. But in a situation like this one, where we are now, quite all right, we proposed Malawi to take up the chairmanship of the committee, but I believe from countries which were eligible, other members were willing to, were salivating to get to the same position. However, if we restrict the deputyship to be a woman where we don't have, and we have got countries who are eligible and members on the stand by wanting to take up the position, I think it would be unfair to the countries which qualify with the male membership. Madam SG, allow me to proceed to propose that we proceed with the countries which are eligible to allow even male members to take up the position of vice chairmanship. I submit.
Honorable Chair, may I please take over I delegated this responsibility for the returning officer. And kindly, honorable members, allow me to finally indicate that we shall hold the elections for vice chairperson, having fully exhausted the possibility or impossibility of having a female, vice chairperson. And this will happen no later than the next, sitting of this particular committee. I thank you, Chair. We may now proceed to giving Malawi to give us his acceptance speech and conclude the deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to propose one thing.
Honorable Member Tanzania, I thought the guidance has been provided.
It's a proposal.
Now,
it's a very...
Okay. SG, I think perhaps let's just allow the member.
Honorable Zede.
Yeah, thank you very much. Regarding the point of vice chairman that we've been discussing, I strongly propose that Rule 38.5 should be changed, because if we go by the rules and the procedure, if you read the Rule 38.5, it allows the chairperson to be a man and a vice chair to be a man in the case there's no a woman. If you're really careful, Rule 38.5, it allows. So my recommendation is that to avoid this uncertainty, it's a high time now to change Rule 38.5 because Rule 38.5 allows the chairperson to be a woman and the chair and the vice to be a woman, or both to be a man. So Rule 38.5 allows both to be men or both to be women. So I think it's a high time to change this rule so that we don't have ambiguous.
Thank you, Chair. Let us thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Zede. I believe that we're in the process of exhausting the practicability and the possibility of such a provision. And therefore, sometimes, precedence hides the real rules. And we must be able to make sure that at the end of the day, we don't disadvantage our processes in that manner. However, your point is noted, and we will have a lab internally to look at what could be done. In my view, we've already taken so many precedents where we have requested members to allow us to give leeway. Just like, in elections, Honorable, that is why we have in most of our countries, this is just a side. We've concluded on the matter. I've heard you, Honorable Zede. That is why you find that we are struggling to retool our provisions at country level. In elections, we have special quotas, we have nominations, in order for us to ensure that at the end of the day, we respect the gender balance that we speak about. So we are requesting this committee to lead by example, to ensure that gender representation is not compromised by virtue of the fact that we only have nominated male, candidates to this committee, the majority of male candidates to this committee. It goes further. Should we now be able to say, parliaments, if you nominate, this committee is full, give us one, so that we have 50-50 representation at any one given time in a committee. I think you are testing us to think, and thank you for that provocation, because we will think deeply. Precedents hide rules. Values of organization are hidden in the values and not always prescribed in regulations and rules. I thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll defer this to another discussion that we may have, but I thank this committee for helping us think deeply around the values of the forum. I thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Zede.
Thank you so much, Excellency, the Secretary General, for that concluding, input and guidance. Honorable members, at this stage,
Mr. Moderator.
Honorable member from Zambia.
Because it was a proposal from Tanzania, it was not a mere submission. I thought to second the proposal, just a mere secondment what Tanzania has submitted.
No, thank you so much for that. In fact, the SG was acknowledging the submission that Tanzania made, and now we are seconding. I think, thanks so much for that. Honorable members, at this juncture, it is now my singular honor to invite the newly elected chairperson for the DGHR Standing Committee to take his position of his chair and deliver his acceptance speech, and thereafter should close the meeting. But before he does that, I wish to really thank you, honorable members, for the honor that I was honored to preside over the election in the manner it has happened. I thank you so much. Honorable Chair, the newly elected chair for Malawi, you can now deliver your acceptance speech, and thereafter you deliver the closing remarks to officially declare the meeting closed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the moderator. I wish to thank all honorable members for putting trust in me or as their honorable chair of this honorable committee of DGHR. Also to thank the outgoing chair for being the chair for this committee for the past 2 years, who has led us well, and we really appreciate. I want to ask my honorable members to remember that DGHR committee dwells on the principles of democracy, gender, and human rights. Therefore, we should always take into account when we are deliberating or taking action that these principles are really abided for and respected. I would also like to ask SADC-PF membership to understand the importance of transforming the SADC-PF to SADC Parliament, because this will lead to more democracy powers, more democracy protection, more democracy understanding of the member states, that we will protect the democracy of the bloc of SADC. It has been high time this subject has been standing. We really need to see it come to birth so that we enjoy the principles and rights of being a bloc parliament as SADC Parliament. We always dwell on saying resources are the ones which make us fail to transform SADC-PF to SADC Parliament. There will never be enough resources. All what we need is to allocate scarce resources to needs which we need to attain at the end of the day, so that we get the best output from what we invest in as we desired. Therefore, from this point, I declare the meeting closed. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable members, for attending in your numbers and staying on. We appreciate. Thank you.
Through the chair and the SG, we are going to email the evaluation form to everyone who has participated, in particular the members. Please do fill it in. It is an important mechanism for feedback as we continue to improve on our processes. There is also a request for staff to remain behind for a debriefing. We can terminate ICT.
Yeah, we'll be using the same link.
Just stop recording, we'll use the same link. Okay, colleagues, I don't know, we are 15. Shall we proceed? Thank you very much. As usual, it is important for us to debrief